Silver and KO and Patrick McCarthy, what is up? You guys are here immediately. So yeah, I am hoping for the Rosecraft. I really want to play with that thing. And that being said, this is going to shred this part of my hand so badly. 1977, what is up, my dude? All right, so we got 3 minutes, and we're gonna roll the D20 of Destiny and see what she do. But yeah, I left work at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I go back into work at either 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So basically, I'm awake from 2 a.m. this morning until 1 or 2 a.m. tonight. Yeah, I'm curious about the Gerber, but it's one of those things that. Thank you, sir. I've got so damn many, dude. I'm an absolute dice goblin. I've been making lanyard beads out of them and everything else. Like I used to play D&D. I did. Ooh, nice KO. But yeah, that's how we wound up with the live stream being tonight. I'm closing tomorrow night, and then I'm closing Tuesday, so I won't be home to do those. And then I gotta open on Thursday, so I can't do a live stream on Wednesday. And then Friday, I believe I'm opening Saturday, so I can't do a live stream then. So the beast feeds itself. Like I cannot keep track of my damn schedule unless I like open it up and look at it before I say anything about my scheduling. It's a pain in the ass. Now, that being said, apparently we're the only store that does the scheduling like that. So whenever I get promoted or transfer, things will be a lot easier to deal with there. Which I did talk to my store manager and let her know, like, if I don't get promoted in July when they do their roundtable, I'm going to find somewhere to transfer to so I can get a change of pace and learn new stuff from new people. Weary Feline, what is up? Thankfully, I am also beyond the comprehension of man after 6 weeks of huffing lighter fluid. That's not even a joke. I will say, though, if you huff enough Ronson lighter fluid, you will see some shit. But, welcome to the show. All right. D20 of Destiny. KO, I hope you're right. KO, I hope you're right. I rolled a 5. All right. It's not a 13, but we got the Harbor Freight GK23 again, but this time we got the brand new 15-degree edge on it, so we'll see if that goes farther than 2.5 hours. That's the experiment with that one. So ergonomics are going to be great all night. My hand's going to feel great, but yeah. Let's see if this thing goes more than 2.5 hours before it starts ragging the edge out. And I've come to a decision with the super chats. When y'all drop those, everything from the super chat goes back into the channel. So basically, right now we'll be saving up for a best edge sharpness tester, so we can get way better data out of this. But as per usual, I borked that cut already. What is going on with this? There we are. Jesus. Obs Pedro, what's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to the show. We are about to start cutting up cardboard non-stop for as long as it takes to wear this edge out. And I'm going to hang out with you guys. We usually have a good time doing this, but she is sharp. And with this one, we've already done this knife. On the factory edge, it took 2.5 hours to wear out. And now we have a 15-degree edge that I put on here, so we're going to see if that lasts longer. That's what we're doing. We're kind of checking out edge geometry. Oh, that feels so good. Gabriel, what's up, man? How you doing? But yeah, anything that comes into super chats, just going back into the channel so that we can do better stuff. Because like that edge sharpness tester will be so handy to have for this. We can actually watch the deterioration in real time and see, you know, exactly how long it takes to wear to a certain point. I'm looking forward to that so much. Wow, 25 people watching. Y'all pop in and say, hey, don't be scared. Half the reason we are doing this is so I can hang out with you guys. I'm doing good, man. I had a day at work. You know, pretty good day at work. That being said, you know, I woke up at 2 a.m. so I could be at the store at 4 o'clock to open. And I'm closing tomorrow, so I got to be awake till about 2 a.m. That's going to be a nice 24-hour haul there. Which is how we ended up here, because my schedule doesn't allow me to run another live stream through the rest of this week. But I will say we're not going to worry about where to get cardboard for at least the next 3 live streams. At least. I have got so much stacked up. It's not cutting that weird. You know, there's a couple of cuts where it's trailing side to side a little bit, but that's not unexpected. And of course, my bevels might not be identical side to side either, which may have an impact. Me with Knives, what's going on, man? How you doing? So we've got the Harbor Freight GK23 again, but we got that brand new 15-degree edge on it, so we're checking out that change in geometry. I work at a grocery store, and I'm there at 4 a.m. to walk the store, check the temperature on all the coolers and freezers. Lexi, what's up? Welcome, welcome. But I'll walk the store, I'll check the coolers, make sure all the temperatures are right on those, and none of them went down over the course of the night. Do my inspection on, you know, the lift in the back, get everybody started for the day, you know, stuff like that. You know, it's a lot of prepping for the store to open, you know. Dude, it could be my cuts, like, it could be I'm just not cutting straight myself, too. Like, don't worry, I'm giving myself plenty of space. But yeah, so I'll be in there, and the store will open at 7, which gives me a few hours to do everything that I can before the store opens and people start showing up, and then all the work I got to do gets slower and slower and slower because the store gets crowded. And I normally wake up at 2 o'clock just to give myself some time to sit there, process everything, get my head cleared, and then leave the house with plenty of time to get there in case something happens. But no, like, here's the thing. You know, I'm 6'4". I'm a hair shy of 200 pounds. And I've been told that my resting face tells people I could kill a grizzly bear with a pocket knife if I needed to. Like, I've got resting angry Viking face, basically. Zip, what's up? What do you need to ask? You know, I've got resting angry face, so people really, really don't approach me with their bullshit like that. It's about a 20-minute drive to work. With no traffic, you know, it's a 15-20-minute drive. It's not far. But I give myself time because my truck's a bit of a shitbox, and if something happens on the way there, I still got a good fighting chance of getting there on time after dealing with whatever happens. I don't have a code for a live stream, dude, like you're here. Like, I have never done anything involving a code for a live stream before, man. Like I'm not 100% sure what you're looking for. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that I've been doing for years, and like a lot of other jobs I've had, showing up early like that and being ready to go, I've actually wound up with the keys to the building more than one job just because I'm in the door or I'm in the parking lot early and they want me to open it up. It says you need a code to go live. But you're not going to go live unless you have 1,000 subscribers. Once you have 1,000 subscribers, like if you're going live on mobile, you just look at your channel and you hit the plus sign on the bottom and you can just scroll over to live and hit that. And then you just, it'll say, you know what, that code may be the thing they email you when you can go live. It's been a good few weeks, so I honestly don't remember. But yeah, like I had to hit 1,000 before I could do live, or no, wait, I didn't have to hit 1,000 before I could do live streams, did I? No, there's some requirements, but yeah, if you attempt to go live, if you need more instructions, YouTube should hook you up. Yeah, it wasn't 1,000. They cut that requirement at some point. My first job, there we are. My first, but 157 subs is a good start. Like, you got to start somewhere, and that's not too bad of a place to start. Yeah, y'all check Zip's channel out and see if you like it. Give him a sub. But, first job, like, I'm trying to remember, like that far back, because we're going back, crap. No, my first taxable job, I worked at McDonald's for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It just, I gave it a fair shake, and, you know, given that I was mentally not really fit to hold a job down at that point and didn't really have any work ethic, that job just didn't last. It was fun, you know. I had fun there for that couple of weeks, but I wasn't cut out for holding down a full-time job. Okay, these guys got it. They got it. They got you your information there. No, I needed 3,000 hours for monetization, not 4,000. 4,000, I think, is opening up the next step for this. So I'm not making anything. We're just beating on this knife to see how long the edge holds up. Chef Rocky, what's going on, man? Welcome. Maxilla, what's up? So you guys are in the presence of our first channel member. Chef Rocky gets to hold that honor for the rest of his natural life. Very similar to the way I hold the title of Lord. I am Lord over 1 square foot of land in Scotland. But they won't put that on my name tag at work. So yeah, basic. Justin, Ohio, what's up? Yes, I was talking to the guys about earlier. You know, with any super chats that come in, that's all going right back towards the channel. And we're starting off with saving up for the best edge sharpness tester so that we can actually get a lot better information on edge wear while we're doing this. But yeah, so the McDonald's job was fun. Like if I knew better, I would have stayed there and enjoyed myself. But it took a long time for me to develop any kind of decent work ethic. But no, I paid for my square foot of land in Scotland and my title of Lord. I like cats well enough. I've had quite a few, but I am definitely more of a dog person. I don't have one right now. Last year we had to put our boy to sleep. He was very, very old, very, very senile, very, very blind, and it was his time. Like, his quality of life was just not there anymore. Luke B, what's going on, man? Welcome. You know, it seems like that wouldn't be a ton of fun as a kid, but as an adult, you're just like, why don't I get chores like that more often? I'm not sure what an FPE is. Well, the funny thing is, like, like pretty much the best dog I ever had. When I got divorced, I took him with me, but where we were staying wasn't really conducive to a dog being happy. So I tried to take him to my grandmother's house where she had a fence in the yard just to kind of watch over him till I got my own place. And he escaped immediately as soon as he got out there, never to be seen again. But the wife, when we got together, that was her dog that we had, a little Chihuahua Dachshund mix that apparently I was the only guy that ever came around that he liked. Like we got along great. Like he was a great dog. Now he was an asshole to anybody that wasn't me or the wife. I don't know why he glommed onto me the way he did, but you know, he was a great dog. That's okay. That was like last October. You know, it's kind of like if you're gonna own a pet, you need to come to Jesus with the fact that, you know, when you can no longer force that animal to live like that, just so you won't feel guilty, it's time. Which is kind of where we were with that. Like, Silver, I appreciate you being here, though. That is a nice collection of pets, sir. That is a nice collection of pets, Zip. You know, at some point, we get the house, like, deep cleaned and back to livable for anybody. And, get ready to, like, just like right now, the thought of getting a dog is followed by the thought of we're going to have to do that again, and I don't have it in me. Yeah, I've had dogs off and on throughout my life, and I've had cats. Like, I like cats well enough. Like, I have no problem with them. You know, cats are cool. It's just I gravitate more towards dogs. I think most houses are haunted. I mean, it's not like they aren't all built on sacred Native American burial grounds or anything. But yeah, it sucks. Like the divorce hit the fan. Like I had my dog. He was an English pointer, probably about somewhere between like 40, maybe 50 pounds. And that dog was my dog 100%. And then we had this German Shepherd Chow mix. Absolutely enormous dog. Enormous. Like if he stood up on his hind legs, he could make direct eye contact with me, and he wasn't even a little bit over a year old at that point. However, I made the mistake. When I have a puppy, like I'll sit there with him in my lap pretty much all hours of the day when I'm at home. You know, I'll take him outside to use the bathroom and all that. I didn't realize this dog was going to be that big. So, you know, he'd come up to see me and try to curl up in my lap in the recliner, and like he could get his front legs and like a third of his torso up on the recliner with me, and that was it. And I felt so bad. Like, sorry, buddy, I fucked you up. My bad. But the ex-wife gave him to somebody. The ex-wife gave him to somebody that she knew when the divorce hit the fan. Wow, these cuts are already getting raggedy. Wild. But I don't know who it was, and I don't know where that dog went. When I took the kids and left her, as literally the only thought in my head was, I don't want to be around her right now. I do not want to talk to her. Whatever happens there, happens. Well, I think Cody was something like 16 years old and a Chihuahua Dachshund mix, so like he had definitely used up every single year he could have had, like every single year possible. Captain Kayla, no, I don't have a baby banner. Like, one thing you learn pretty quickly, there's a ton of stuff I don't have. I kind of live and die in the under $50 range. And like, I've looked at the banner and I've looked at the baby banner. It's just like, for what they are, they're too expensive right now, especially when I have so many other things that I can get. Now, I will say the WII, the Wii baby banner with that Wii controller set of scales on it from NAFS, I believe. I want that so bad. Story about my life. Let's see. I know at one point I told the story of how I had to figure out how to get rid of 4 gallons of stale pee. And that was back when I sprayed... Whenever I sprayed yards like, you know, True Green Kimlon does, where they had me working on my route was an area where there were no gas stations, no bathrooms, nothing like that available to me. And because most of the houses I worked on were in pretty new neighborhoods, there was no tree line to step into either. And my truck... but the truck, it had a bay. So like you get out of the truck, there's the front doors. It's an Isuzu NQR platform. And then behind that, you got this big fiberglass thing. Like just almost like a, I don't know, it's big. But in the front, like 5 feet or so, you got a door and there's a bay where you can put all your dry fertilizer, your backpack sprayer, all your small stuff like that, and your spreader. And I had a broken hand can sprayer. So one, you know, you carry around and then you pump the handle on the top and spray weeds with. That was broken and I didn't care because I was one of the only guys at the shop that knew how to... Kevin, what's going on, dude? Welcome. But, you know, I was the only guy that could keep a backpack sprayer working, so I left that thing in there. And then one day I'm like, wait a second, I can pee in this thing. And the door is closed and locked so no one can bother me. Which was great for about 3.5 weeks until I filled that thing all the way to the top. So that thing, it was filled 4 gallons and I couldn't figure out how to empty it because I couldn't get caught pouring that down a storm drain or something. So I wound up taking it into the back and dumping it into my 400-gallon tank of weed control because I figure, you know what, that'll dilute it far enough that it's not really that big of a deal. And so I dumped it in there and I sat there and ran the agitator for about 10 minutes, get it good and mixed in, and then tried not to think about it too hard. But I kept spraying yards, and every single time the wind picked up just a little bit, every single dog in the next 2 neighborhoods went ballistic. Like, you could hear them all losing their damn minds. And to this day, I want to know what kind of apex predator they thought was stomping around. Like, I wish I had some way to know that. Like, what did they think was floating around that many of them were going off at the same time? Thank you, Jason. Thank you. I think, probably one of the other ones is the time I had to run from the cops with like just an enormous rat in a gym bag, which at one point, like when I was 14, 15 years old, like my dad put me in a bedroom that shitter's full. Well, this would be the pisser's full, but you get it. But no. So when I was like 14 or 15 years old, my dad puts me in this bedroom one door in my bedroom goes to the kitchen. The other door in my bedroom goes to the front yard. Oh yeah, no, I figured if I'm gonna do something as crappy as put LED lights on a piece of cardboard in front of the table we're cutting with and look that garbage, it might as well be voice activated. But so like one of my bedroom doors went straight to the front yard. And I cannot tell you exactly how much bullshit I got into nonstop because I could just walk out of my bedroom into the yard at like 3 in the morning. And at one point, me and a couple friends of mine are chilling in the bedroom. And one of my buddies is sitting there and we hear someone just pounding on the door. Yeah, I swapped the red ones out for the green ones because the red ones weren't voice activated. And I couldn't get them to just kind of strobe through the colors RGBing. But, you know, I was like, what the hell is this? Gotta be an emergency. So I opened the door and my buddy's fraternal twin brother is standing there out of breath. And I was like, is this dude getting a fight? He's like, dude, I caught this big fucking rat. I'm like, I look at him, I'm like, what? Yeah, I caught this big fucking rat. Okay, let's go get it. Well, you know, we were bored, so Hobbylos 22, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. But he's like, let's go get the rat. I'm like, I got nothing going on right now. Sure. So I grabbed one of those mesh bags, you know, the one where they drag the mesh bag full of basketballs out for PE and just throw it on the floor and go, we don't want to supervise you. So I grabbed that thing and we take off walking. And so we walk out of my neighborhood and walk across a five-lane road into another neighborhood and up to the next large road. And in this laundromat next to my buddy's apartment complex, he brings us to this trash can and we look in there and there is a rat that I shit you not, from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail is over 3 feet. I don't know what the hell it was, but we're going back in on the Harbor Freight GK23, but with that new 15-degree edge. So we're going to see if that 15 degrees makes it last longer or if it burns out faster. But like I look in there and I wasn't thinking about nothing. I'm just like, all right, we're doing stuff. And I took that gym bag and stretched it out over the top of the can and tipped it over and slapped the side of it a few times. Somehow that rat makes it under the bag and back out in the parking lot. And CJ, the guy that caught it in the first place, yanks off his hoodie, throws it on top of the rat, puts his foot on it, scoops it up, and slam dunks that thing in the bag. So we're walking back to the neighborhood, and it's something like 2:45 in the morning. And so we make it out of that neighborhood, and we make it across the 5-lane road back into my neighborhood. And we're almost to my house. And suddenly I see a cop car turning the corner towards us. And I look and it's like, we're all underage. It's 2:45 in the morning. I have no good explanation for this. So I dipped down into a ditch and off into a tree line and just waited for them to get done talking to the cop. And like when I say I hauled ass into that tree line, I am kidding you not. And so they talk to the cop. They keep walking towards the house. And so I pop back up, and it takes about 10 minutes to catch back up to him because when I'm not kidding, I hauled ass. I did not want to have to stand there and try to explain to the police why I had that rat in that bag at that time of night. And we get back to the house. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with this thing. So I put it in like a 25-gallon fish tank that was sitting in the carport. And I still had no clue what the hell I was going to do with the thing now that we had it at the house. But my buddy Corey decides to try to feed it a piece of cheese. And that thing gets him in the pinky from here all the way down and around here. Like he got. So I looked at that and I looked at the rat and I was like, you know what? We're not keeping this thing here. and I took it across the street to the baseball field for the high school that I live next to, and tipped over the fish tank into a ditch and just got rid of that thing. And then, if you own an Oculus Quest VR headset, there's an application on there called Wander. And what you can do is tour literally anywhere in the world just about from the view of the Google Street View car. And basically you're in the position of the camera, but you can look around in 3D. It feels like you could almost reach out and touch everything, but it's only from that one perspective. So I took one of my kids, I'm like, here, put this on. And then I walked them from that old house all the way through the neighborhood up to where that rat was, and then turned around and walked back and showed them where I dipped out and run from the cops and everything else. Knives are life. What's going on? We got the Harbor Freight GK23 again. The last time it did 2.5 hours, so we got a 15-degree edge on it. We're going to see if it lasts longer now. Oh, the party is starting. What is up, Punisher? Hey! So yeah, like, I'm actually kind of proud of that whole series of events. Like, I love telling that story. What else? We can move on to the Alanis Morissette CD if enough people here haven't heard that one yet. Which, you got to be kind of old. Oh yeah, you were looking at the T-Kel video. T-Kel bombed us, and they're like, hey, you want to be on camera? Sure. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, no, you got to be kind of old for Alanis Morissette. Like, that thing popped off around that whole CD was like just fucking on the radio nonstop, the whole thing, in like 1996. But I had the CD, and a buddy of mine, Corey, the same guy that got bitten by the rat, for no good reason, he became absolutely obsessed with that thing. So, and he was staying at my house. Like, he was crashing there because bullshit. Like, his dad was a god-awful person. We'll just put it that way. But he becomes obsessed with that CD, and all of a sudden I start hearing it on my CD player, turned up full volume. Jagged Little Pill. It's Jagged Little Pill. So every time I turn around, it's on my CD player at full blast, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to hear that. I'm tired of hearing it. Turn it off. This is my CD player. Fucking stop. This is getting really old. And it didn't quite click with him. It's not your CD player, bro. Not your CD. No one wants to hear it but you. So I traded the CD for a snake. A friend of mine traded me a small, like a tiny ball python. So I traded the CD for a snake. And like, all of us were in the 14, 15, 16-year-old range at that point. So, like, there's nothing unreasonable about the situation, but his mom found out and she got pissed. So I had to trade the snake back to him before she beat the hell out of him. We were in one of those neighborhoods. And so I trade it back to him, and then I take the CD home and I take a knife and just score it as hard as I can all the way across. Completely unusable CD. Like, you will never use that again. And then, just for good measure, I believe, if memory serves, I snapped it in half. And I put it back where he would normally find it. And he finds it basically broken and just cut with a knife as hard as I could cut it. He finds that and then tried to fight me over it. Over my damn CD that I destroyed. You know, it takes a lot to get me to fight. Like, you know, one of the most surefire things even back then was like, let me catch you stealing from me. Let me catch you. I will harm you as greatly as I can, as quickly as I can. But that one, I was like, I was ready to go because it's just like, this is so ridiculous. I'm gonna have to start swinging. I haven't been in a proper fight since middle school, so I don't have a whole lot there for you. Again, like, and the thing is, in high school, I was like the smallest, scrawniest kid there. And I was bullied so badly. I was a local celebrity for like 5 years after I left there. And looking back on it now, I kind of get it. I was a bit of an insufferable asshole for, the majority of my life. But still. So there wasn't fighting in high school. It was just getting out. Just a guest, what's up? But, so at this point, it's kind of like I was taught. If a fight breaks out, I'm using whatever force I have on me in my hands, whatever it takes to get out of there alive. Because honestly, if it's between a fight and leaving, I'm fucking leaving. I'm not gonna stand there and fight. I don't got shit to prove to anybody. Gabriel, I am 44 years old, brother. But yeah, like, the last time I caught someone stealing, like, he was trying to steal my scooter. That's the last time someone got caught. And I see him pick it up and start wheeling out of my yard. He was hanging out at my house and then just decided he was going to try to steal something on his way out the door. And I took off running and I hit him so hard, he just kind of shot sideways off the scooter and landed on his feet next to it. He's like, don't fucking hit me. He's like, don't steal my shit, dumbass. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, nobody wins in a fight, period. And you got those of us, you got guys like us that are carrying something. I don't carry a firearm because I'm not trained to handle a situation escalating to the point where firearms need to be pulled, and I don't want to end somebody because I got scared in a situation that could have been de-escalated. I don't want that on me. But yeah, it is, Ron. And again, like, I'm 6'4", and I have a very large presence, and I look very angry when I'm at rest, apparently. So I'm not the one that people look at and go, hey, I'm gonna go fuck with that guy. Yeah, it's just like people at work talk about running into shitty customers being assholes to them. Like, I've never had that happen to me. I had one person start. She was just camped out in the middle of the aisle making a phone call and wouldn't move, wouldn't make a path for anybody to get around her. So I just worked around her. Like, I scooted in where I could, loaded stuff on the shelf, got out of her way. And after a few minutes, she looks up and she's like, am I in your way? No, you're good. Well, you're in mine. Well, I do what I can. And she starts bitching. I was like, all right, cool. And just walked off and left her standing there mid-sentence. I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing this today. Bye. It's weird. I guess it's not weird, but it always surprises me because it's like the smallest, most timid looking people that have the most complaints about that. And it's just like, that's fucking bullshit. You're picking like the weakest looking target you can find to do that with too. What you yell is, he's either coming for me or because of me. I can't tell which one. I was like, I'm every bit as laid back and relaxed in real life as I am here. It's just that resting murder face and the aura of this guy is not the one you fuck with. It's like, I haven't been in a fight since middle school. What the fuck am I going to do besides panic and flail or run? Well, I will say, at one point, that same dude that tried to steal my scooter used to just, he would start fights for no reason. He wasn't good at fighting. But like, him and two of his friends would just show up and start throwing rocks at me for no reason. I didn't bother him. I never did anything, you know, out of pocket to him. And I'd end up having to, like, the smallest one I didn't want to harm because he was tiny and way younger than us. However, the tiny kid's older brother, like, I just have to hit him really hard once and he's out. But that other kid, he just wouldn't learn his damn lesson. So at one point, like, I was tired of fighting this guy. Like, I was at the point where fighting him was a chore and a nuisance and boring. So, like, I hit the point where it's like, you know what? I guess I'm going to turn this into something interesting. Tired of dealing with this. So, like, I knocked the shit out of him, and it was enough for him to take off running like he normally did. I decided to chase him, and I was wearing very, very, very heavy work boots. These things they weren't steel-toed, but they were reinforced, so they might as well have been for the purposes of this incident. And I'd run behind him and scare him to going a little faster, and what I did was I kept I kept pacing him, so I'd push him forward a little bit and then let him fall back until he was in the exact right spot, and I hauled off and kicked him in the nuts at a full run and picked him up off the ground a couple inches. That man went from running for his life to limping very slowly without missing a step. Like, there was no, it was like he glitched out. There was no animation between those two sprites. Just running for his life, limping very slowly. There was not a step in the middle. And the dude still kept starting fights after that. Like, you talk about a catastrophic case of not learning your damn lesson. Like, I couldn't beat his ass badly enough. Oh no! One time I did. He started some shit, and there was a broken concrete pipe, you know, the one that goes under high spots on ditches. It was about yay thick, and I had a piece of it about that big around. And again, I got him running, and I kind of pushed him and then pulled him back until he was at the exact right spot. And I hucked it as hard as I could and caught him in the lower back. And yeah, that was another one, running for his life and then slow limp. Like, I could not beat this guy's ass bad enough for him to stop starting fights. It's not like I'm a good fighter. It's just there was a size advantage, and I was just like so fed up and pissed off that there was one time he started his shit, and I started chasing him, and I decided I'd run him completely out. Because he started it on a part of the neighborhood that was a long way from both of our houses. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to win this boy. And so, like, I was chasing him, and all of a sudden he hangs a hard right into somebody's yard and runs up and knocks on the door. And I thought he was, like, trying to get help. This old lady answers the door, sweet old lady. And he's like, can I have a glass of water? And she's like, sure, you want one too? Like, all right. We sat there on her porch. We worked our way through a glass of water each. We were done. And I looked at him. I'm like, you ready to start running again? Yeah, I guess so. So we knock on the door and give her her glasses back. And then he turns around and I just start chasing his ass again. All the way through the damn neighborhood. Like, I talk about these things and I remember these things as like, if I hadn't lived through it, I'd swear to God it was made up. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, that could be a cartoon, like, it could be something. Like, I got so many damn things like that, just from, it's basically just being completely feral. Like, just being a completely feral child. You know, it's like, again, one of my bedroom doors went straight to the yard. I didn't have to sneak through the house, didn't have to sneak out, nothing. Um, 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 we were kind of friends, kind of not. The problem is, he got involved with like the world's fakest Crips. It was like 10 or 15 white kids, and the OG was a full-blooded Mexican that couldn't speak a word of Spanish. And if you know anything about your gangs, the Crips, they do not like our Hispanic brothers one bit. That's problem the first. They also don't like they don't, the proper ones don't allow Caucasian people into their gang either. So that was already problem number one. But he broke into my house at one point and stole all my PlayStation games and both my memory cards. And or no, that wasn't him. Never mind. But another friend of mine did that was trying to get into that group. But the guy that was calling the shots was still causing problems. Like, he threatened this kid's parents and told him he was going to start committing armed robberies and selling dope under the threat of his parents' safety. So he eventually got for that and wound up he was 15 years old and got popped for that and wound up spending like 15 years in prison. Yeah, no, I'm not sure you did the same kind of things with your bedroom door going to the outside as I did. Because it wasn't just that. I also had access to some mild explosives and stuff like that. So when I went out to play, I went out to play. And the hidden benefit of all that was the guys that were legitimate bullies that I had no way to contend with short of carrying a large weapon were all strung out on dope and in their house at 3 in the morning and not outside where I was going to run into them. So that was nice. So this is my replacement for smoking 2 packs a day back when I stopped doing that. I'm not at a point where I feel like stopping right now. And I also have enough supplies to keep making my own e-liquid for the next 3 years. So I'm in a bit too far to back out. The nic contents are already as low as you want to go before you hit 0. I don't feel like going to 0. I like my nicotine. And that's part of it too, is the nicotine is a supply that I had to pick up. Legislation got passed that made it illegal to ship nicotine across the United States unless your recipient had the right licensing. Yeah, once you join the Army, that's a whole different ballgame. But when that happened, right before, like 2 days before it became illegal, I ordered 4 liters of 100 milligram nicotine base. And 1 liter will last a year or more. So I am going to be enjoying that for a long time. And it only cost me like 20 cents a day. Yeah, I wanted to go in the Army and kind of follow my uncle's lead into there. However, the nature of my home life as a child and the things I endured left me so shell-shocked that because bruises couldn't be left, it was military-style PT and a lot of weird stuff that wouldn't leave bruises. So I was like, you know what? I don't feel like going through any more military-style PT for the rest of my life. Or a drill sergeant yelling at me while that's happening. It's So I didn't know what would happen at that point. So I was like, you know what? I'm not joining the Army. Oh, God. I could have annihilated an ASVAB. Jesus Christ. Like when I was in 5th grade, I hit so high on the ITBS, which is your standardized test going through elementary school. It's kind of like what decides whether or not you're in gifted programs and stuff like that. But I scored so high, I got into a program to take the SAT in 5th grade. I didn't get a chance to study for it because of the nature of my home life, but at least I was there and did that. It's either Al or AI. I'm going to assume Al Lunacy queuing. But welcome. What's going on, man? Oh, no, dude. I get that all the time, too. Like, when people first meet me. Hey, were you in the military? No, my humor's just really fucked up. It's like, I've been north of the Mason-Dixon line 3 times in my entire life, and people ask if I'm from up north. It's like, nope, I've been in Georgia since 1984, boss. Okay, so this is cutting the, is this 44 pound? Yeah, it's 44 pound test. It's cutting that pretty good. Was this 44 pound? This stuff is a bit too difficult to cut for 44 pound. And I don't have the ECT on this anymore. We have got the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23. We did a stream on this earlier on the factory edge. It went 2.5 hours, and I put a 15-degree edge on this thing. You can see it's quite shiny. So we're seeing if new edge geometry makes the edge last longer or not. Because we did that with, oh, where is it? Hang on, parsing. That's not it. There it is. So we did that with this piece of crap Ozark Trail. Again, you can see that nice shiny edge. Before we did the new edge, it lasted an hour before it crapped out. Like, it did really poorly. And then we put the new edge on it and went back in, and it ran 3 hours before it crapped out. So we're kind of curious to see if the new edge geometry makes this last longer than 2.5 hours. That being said, this cardboard don't like being diced up. Yeah, I thought this is 44 pound ECT, but I don't have the piece with the ECT on it to tell you for sure. So this one's 8CR13. so you can pretty well rely on there being a pretty good heat treatment on it. That's like so dialed in, there's no point. But that Ozark Trail, there's no way to know what the steel is to begin with. The way it performed, though, I'm kind of suspecting 4116. Man, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to when I can eventually get that damn edge sharpness tester. Jesus Christ. Possibly old Yugo bumpers, possibly melted down Pakistani knives from 1995. Not 100% sure. Josh, what's up? So, pins and pin blades. Why don't you pick a figure out to start us off? You got Ninja, Frankenstein, Robot, Grim Reaper, the Knight, the Mummy, the Scuba Guy, or the Alien. You got your pick. So I'm pretty sure all the Yugo bumpers in the world are being held onto for broken Yugos. All right, we'll finish this piece of cardboard and go for the Knight. And so I see 13 viewers on my thing. So let's see if we go down to 10. Let's lower the property value, gentlemen. Okay, so the most expensive knife that we have done is right about $100. What is going on? Incredibly long name that I can't even possibly hope to read. How you doing, man? Okay, so that's 44-pound DCT for sure. We got that. Every time. I'll take that back. The last couple streams when we've done that, the viewer count's gone up a little bit. Like we've gained 2 the last couple of live streams we did that on. Yeah, I do see where he did go with a fabulous, which was a good call on that one. That's a solid joke. KO, you're welcome to play as many games as you want. Okay, so yeah, that last one was 44-pound. Which I don't think the last time we did this, we put it through a bunch of 44-pound, because I don't remember having to lean into it this hard to cut. I don't know, like a lot of people come in, they're like, what are you making? I'm not making anything. Okay, bye. But yeah, if you look up the Kaiser Sheepdog XL, that's the most expensive thing we've done on here so far. And that was 154 CM. And that took 8 hours of doing this non-stop. Yeah. So we lower the property value enough, we keep it to just us. Yeah, the Sheepdog XL is an absolute monster. It's like a 4-inch blade. It is just an enormous pocket cleaver, which I don't have here with me right now. It's upstairs in the box, in the drawer full of the good knives. Like I said, I'm thinking, and I need to start pulling stuff out and setting it aside for it, but I'm thinking what I need to do is start doing giveaways on some of these knives that we've done everything with. And pass some of this on to you guys. So favorite pocket cleaver is... The pocket cleavers are like my kids. I don't have a favorite one. We know which one I can't stand. We know which one that is. But I will say, out of everything that I have handled so far, it's really a toss-up between the O-Knife Gar and the Artisan Proponent. The Sheepdog is fantastic. I'll always have a soft spot for it, but it doesn't quite carry and work as well as the other two do. But yeah, I'm not sure where Sergio lives. But yeah, the 154 CM on that blade steel and Kaiser's 154 CM, dear God, that lasted a long time. Now, I'm kind of hoping whenever we do the, because, like, if you haven't been here before, this knife right here is the Rosecraft Pocket Monster. And this is the Sully edition. And, God, why did he give one away? Who did he want to share that misery with? Like, what the hell was... Here's a giveaway because fuck you, that's why. But, I bought this at the Rosecraft booth at Blade Show, and Andy was there, and he gave me a second one to give away, but I had to promise him I was going to absolutely wail on this one. So when we do Cardboard Slayer with this, we are going until it's totally gone, and I'm hoping it takes a lot. Physically, it's not going to be fun, but I want this thing to do well. Which I'll probably be carrying that one in the next 2 weeks. And that's not going to be a 20-sided Die of Destiny night. It's getting its own night. It's like Choir Boys Outdoors, Scab. They gave him Tarkana in RPM 9, and he did scab things with it for 42 days before it wore out. So, the Rosecraft, I know this one already feels like it's going to be a winner. I see exactly 0 problems with it. You know, you got your D2 steel on it, if I'm not mistaken. You got your D2 on it. You got your front flipper, and this front flipper is on a knife appropriately sized for a front flipper. And everything about this feels good, especially for a general use knife. Like, it's well made. Unless I find some catastrophic flaw in here that I don't see, I'm going to enjoy this one. I'm going to enjoy my week with it. I'm going to enjoy using it, and I'm going to enjoy Cardboard Slayer. Because the ergos on it should be pretty good too. We'll see about that. I'm not going to tear the edge up before I carry it. Yeah. I haven't tried the Beluga yet. This week I'm carrying the Cold Steel 4MAX Scout. That's this week. Next week I'm going to be carrying the Steel Wheel Cut Jack, and we're going to see how that does. And so the 4MAX is getting its own live stream, as like everything that was given to me by Adam for America and Bushcraft Outdoors is getting a live stream and getting put through the gauntlet. So we'll have some fun with those. But, you know, we'll get there when we get there. And I'm thinking after I carry the cut jack, I'm going to move on to the pocket monster and see how that does. But, like, I like the pocket monster. That's part of why I grabbed it at the show. There were like a ton of options, so I kind of picked the ones that I like the most. I've still got 2 more upstairs. I got the little chonk and the OG waiting to be carried and used too. So, you know, we got a lot of fun lined up with those. All right, so we're at the 1 hour mark. This thing still feels... Okay, we're not shaving. Oh, nice. So we've hit the 1 hour mark, pushing through a ton of cardboard. Let's see how we're doing on the edge now. Little bit of wear, but that's still an easier cut than most knives do after an hour of that, especially with that 44-pound cardboard thrown in the mix too. So the first hour has gone better than past first hours. God, I wish I had that edge sharpness tester right now. That'd be so good. I'm not going to shut up about that for a while. What's the price? Oh, the edge sharpness tester. The home gamer version is $200 some odd. Let's see. Go to sharpening supplies. So the home gamer's knocked down to $125 right now. The clips, a 100 pack is $21. I'll be burning through those. The professional edge tester is $170, and then the industrial one is $242. Now I don't know what the difference is between these. I'm going to be honest. However, I'll get whichever one I can when I can. The knife price? This thing is $10 at Harbor Freight. 10 American dollars. This is a very damn good knife. Like, very, very good knife. I love this thing. If you're at Harbor Freight, just swing by the Gordon stuff and see if you can find the knives. And you want the flipper tabs, you got 8CR13, you got ball bearings, you can put the pocket clip on any of the 4 corners. It carries really well. The ergonomics on it are great. Like, this thing is fantastic. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, they're probably not going to have that sharpness tester, but if they made an icon clone of that tester, I would buy it and not feel bad about it. Even though I have a problem with clones, and I have a problem with putting clones on the channel. We'll put it that way. I will still buy that one. Yeah, this is a $10 knife. Like, I know guys that will go in there and they'll buy every single one in the store. And that's the thing, Gabriel, with this channel. I have tested tons and tons of stuff under $15, and I've found some really good stuff for less than $15. Some really good stuff. And then, of course, those of y'all that weren't here, I put myself through 10 weeks of carrying knives from Temu, which, You know, it's not necessarily about that. It's like if you're trying to run a legitimate YouTube channel, you don't want to keep showing clones. Like, you don't want to support that. Like, I already don't like clones to begin with. But you tie that on to trying to run a legitimate channel, and those two things just mean no go. And that's one thing that surprised me. Like, I went on Amazon. One, you can't buy that tester on Amazon at all. But they don't even have like a knockoff version of it on Amazon. Like, I'd almost be curious to see it. I think we looked on Temu. They don't have one on there either. Now, I'm not sure how much I'd be willing to trust one of those from Temu. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, so that's what I was talking about earlier with the super chats and stuff. Like, anything that comes in through there is going back into the channel, so that's going to be the first thing we're saving up for is a community-funded sharpness tester. This one's not D2. This one is 8CR13. 8CR13 is good enough to get you where you want to go unless you're really, really beating these things up. I'm trying to think. I know I've had some really cheap knives in D2. That being said, when you're paying in euros, I don't know. Yeah, it's 40 bucks. 440 will still take care of you plenty fine. But yeah, like, since you're paying in euros, I have no idea what you have available to you at all. Like, trying to guess what you can buy with euros is just a non-stop festival of head scratching. Yeah, the deck has been kind of on my list since way back. And I kept trying to save up for it, and other things got my attention first. So obviously it wasn't that much of a priority. Hey, it could have been in 420J2 or 4116. Speaking of which, Gabriel, if you're looking at a knife and you see 4116 on the blade steel, don't buy it. If they won't tell you what the blade steel is, probably shouldn't buy it. But 4116 sucks. You know, and you'll hear a lot of guys complain about D2 because it's been on the market for a long time as a budget steel, and everyone's tired of seeing that as a budget steel. But this knife is D2 right here, and this thing took 4 hours straight of pounding cardboard, and it had barely any edge wear on it. Like, I was able to strop this thing back up to shaving sharp with just strops. You know, and this kind of feeds back into the, like, a long time ago, all your old guys were like, don't cut up cardboard, it'll ruin your edge. Sure, boss. Yeah, that is one thing. When you're buying knives that are this cheap, you really don't know anything about the heat treatment or anything else. All you know is what they tell you the blade steel is. And since none of us can do a mass spectrometer test on these things, we got to take them for their word. Well, like, I haven't heard anyone say don't cut cardboard, it'll ruin your edge in a long time. It was just way back in the day. Again, we're talking about the 1990s here. Yeah, the heat treatment makes all the difference in the world. You know, your heat treatment is the soul of the blade. You know, and I'm kind of looking at, and I hadn't thought about it in a couple days, but making a small knife out of 5160 spring steel and then seeing how that does here. Which I also don't have a good way to test HRC on anything. So that's going to be just trusting that I got the heat treatment right and seeing where it goes from there. Yes, sir, Leaf Springs. That 5160 steel from Leaf Springs makes a pretty damn good knife. And I think now with the little bit of patience and understanding that I have for what I'm doing, and how it doesn't have to be a super polished, super finished knife. It just has to have a good blade and a good handle. That seems pretty doable. That being said, I've got to replace my propane canisters, because they're both pretty much empty. Not all Leaf Springs are made out of 5160, but most of them are. Yeah, so the kukris that are made in Nepal, they are made out of leaf springs, and I don't know if they're still using leaf springs from old Jeeps, but if you look at the video of those guys making those things, those guys are just kind of sitting there on the floor in front of like a sledgehammer head buried in the ground, basically hammering those things out. Like, you talk about some badass bladesmithing right there. But what I'm talking about making to be something about this size, it'll be a flat grind with a shit plunge line on it. I guarantee you that much. But I've got the equipment to do an adequate heat treatment on it. Son of a bitch. Yeah, as crappy as it sounds, those thong sandals, I have gotten too used to calling them Southeast Asian safety shoes, and I shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, the thought of making one of those to do a cardboard slayer session with it does kind of give me the itch to get back into the shop. And if I'm going back into the shop to do something for myself without having to worry about setting up a camera and moving it and all that, and just enjoying being in the shop, that also makes it a lot more appealing. Although I will say, if I make that and I do a video on it, I am going to wait for the guys to pop up, and those are made out of old steak knives. Only stainless steel looks like that. I always enjoy those guys. I forgot to screenshot the last one. His comment just vanished. That's still going to be this one. I'm trying to think. So I've got some stuff from Temu, and I can't remember exactly what we paid for everything. It's on my wife's account. And when you buy something, but then it's discontinued or they stop selling it, that seller just moves on to something else, then your listing vanishes. And you can look at some of the specs, and sometimes you can look at the price again. But let's see if it's in here. That's not it. That's not it. Somewhere we've got a Browning knife from Temu with, yeah, this one. No specs on it, nothing like that, but this thing just kept going. It just did not wear out. I don't know how much this was. This might have been one of the $4 knives. I don't know. But I mean, the thing is with this too is 8CR13, every single knife we've tested in 8CR, the factory edge, crapped out almost exactly at 2.5 hours. But I will say, if you can get this shipped to you, this is $30 on Amazon. I don't know if it'll ship out to wherever you're at, but this is a knife you build yourself. They send you all the parts and the kit, and you build it yourself. And this thing, it was fun to put it together. I've done several videos on it. It was a joy to carry. It was great to cut with. And now we're waiting to see if they come out with new models. Just some different stuff. But this thing, great knife. Should be, give or take, 30 euros on your end. Monarch 29, what's going on? I haven't been to Walmart to look for one of those yet, but I promise you next time I'm at Walmart, if God smiles upon me and I remember, we will do that because that is an interesting idea. I'm not going to carry it to work every day, but we'll do this to it. Like I said, and when I do the announcement for that ahead of time, I'll make sure that I specifically mention that it is going to be that knife being tested, so you got a chance to get in here and watch it. Like I said, I like the idea. It's just silly enough to get my attention. Oh God. So I stumbled across the "Daddy, would you like some sausages" scene from Freddy Got Fingered on Facebook Reels today, and I had to share it with my wife and one of my children because it's been in my head rent free ever since that movie came out in 2001. Daddy, would you like some sausages? Like, that is some of the most amazing fuckery I've ever seen. Yeah, it's just like I don't carry fixed blades at work. If I could carry fixed blades at work, I would actually give that a shot. I would make a Kydex sheath for that and see how it carried, just because I like how silly that idea is. I picked up a big stack of blemished Kydex from eBay that has no blemishes. I've got a Kydex press. I've got a toaster oven. I've got Chicago screws. I can make something happen. But I can't really carry it and use it at work. Well, I tell you right now, if you're generally sweet-natured and you can make someone laugh, you've got a chance with women that you feel like are way out of your league. Like, if you're a genuinely good person and you can make someone laugh and make someone feel comfortable, your chances are so much better than you think they are. Throw a little confidence in the mix, bro, you're golden. Like, I work with guys, and we had one guy that kept complaining about being single nonstop and wouldn't shut up about it. And me and one of our managers were asking, like, do you take him out on dates? Do you do anything? I'm not going to simp for him. Bro, you better enjoy getting your hand pregnant. Get used to it. That alpha male top dog bullshit don't work in real life. Not unless you have an ungodly amount of money. And then that's the money talking, not you. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you want to develop confidence, you know, you got to do a couple things. One thing that you need to do is you got to come to terms with the fact that if you take a step back and take a real cynical look at it, you pay for it no matter what you do. But realistically, nah. But, you know, you got to come to terms with the fact that you are no better or no worse than anybody else. Nobody is any better than you are. At the end of the day, we're all people. We all have complex lives. We all have our own problems. And then you just got to kind of put yourself in uncomfortable situations. You know, do things that you're not comfortable with, you know, like correct somebody when they talk to you wrong. You know, someone's treating you poorly, say something, you know, like that's one thing you can do. You know, go through a relationship that, you know, ends on, you know, adult terms, you know, like probably one of the biggest things that helped me was, yeah, me too. Like, I am the king of being awkward. All right. I am a walking cringe factory most of the time. However, it's again, you know, I came to terms with it. I'm no better or worse. Like, I'm no better than anyone else, but I'm also no worse than anyone else. All right. There's two sides of that you have to really get nailed down. All right. You are no better than anybody else, but you're also no worse than anybody else. Unless we're talking about pedophiles or people that hurt women or children, animals, you're better than them. Guaranteed you're better than them. But, you know, there are people you're guaranteed to be better than. But generally speaking, pins and pin blades, what's up? You know, when you realize you know better than anybody else, it kind of brings you down to earth. And when you realize you know worse than anybody else, it frees you up to really, really relax. And, you know, even if you miss social cues, it's also possible to say, I'm sorry I missed that cue, or sorry I didn't quite read that right, you know? Just being able to say that will oftentimes help you start building the skills to pick up social cues later on down the road. It's just, I'm sorry I misread that. You know, like there's a lot of uncomfortable steps you have to take to get there, but if you're willing to take them and put some work into it, you can develop confidence. You know, it's like after I left the ex-wife, I thought I was picking a hell of a lot better, and I still wound up in some weird places that I shouldn't have been in. But after a couple of those, I realized that I was the villain in someone's story. I was like, you know what? I'm just taking a big step back and working on myself for a while. $1977, alive and kicking. You still here, man? You still floating around? All right. Why don't you pick a figure out for us so we can lower the property value again? We did the night, but you got the rest of them available to you. All right, the Pharaoh it is, sir. Give me 1 second. We'll make it happen. No, the bots can hang around. They're just driving watch time. Now, Punisher, I'm going to say one thing, and please take this to heart. You're going to have to go through a few bad spots like that before you start developing a sense for when you're okay to be somewhere and when you're not. You're just going to have to go through those a few times. There's no way around that. All right. You're not going to pick the right woman on the first try unless you get really hit the lottery lucky. Okay. You're going to have to go through a few bad ones and learn your way through that. That's part of where you start developing your confidence. Because someone you meet and you talk with and feel comfortable with and things flow really well could turn out to be batshit crazy, but you have to go through that to learn how to pick better. It's like when I met the wife, she went after me pretty hard, but I was also like, we're taking this slow because my dumbass catches feelings real easily, and I'm not going to sink that kind of energy into something that's going to backfire that hard. It's like, here's the red flags you're going to have to deal with, and we're going to take it slow. So if you want out, yeah, do that before we get hurt. And honestly, she was so fucking far out of my league. I figured that was going to do the job. I was like, I'm not going to get invested here and then find out she is not into a lot of what I got going on. Mm-mm. Yeah, and it's just, you know, it's one of those things you got to go through a few of those. Like, there's not really a way around it. All right, you can't really have a good relationship without going through a few bad ones and learning what doesn't work. Because what works for me might fail for you, you know? But I mean, the biggest thing to do is get out there, start, you know, like part of that is you got to talk to people, you got to interact with people, and you'll find somebody that things click with. And then if they click, you're just like, you want to go out and get some drinks, you want to go out and grab dinner, you want to go out. And if they say no, cool, move on. Don't get hung up on it. Don't go stupid over it. If they say yeah, you know, you move to your next logical step. That's go out, hang out for a while, one-on-one, and then take your time, get to know them. Like me personally, I like to see the bad side before I make a move. Like, how do you handle a crisis? How do you handle, you know, things falling apart with one of your friends? Like, because the good parts, those are great. You know, but you find out how bad the bad parts are going to be, and then you make a decision. And my brother, when I was like 18 or 19, the only girls going at, I'll take that back. The girls that went after me a lot were 14 to 15, like, they were in that range. Like, they wouldn't back off. Like, I had 3 other girls that were like super into me, and I couldn't figure out why. But all 3 of them, their lives were such a mess. It was like, I don't want to be involved in this. I like you as a friend a lot, but I don't want to be involved in the rest of your life. Well, you'd be amazed. Like, you develop a little bit of confidence, and you figure out, you know, where your self-esteem is going to come from. What happens, you know? It's just basically, you want self-esteem, do the things that you would respect other people for. All right, you do enough of that, it'll come. And that's the thing, is like, for the longest time, that's just what I went off of, is do the things you respect someone else for doing, you know? You know, like, I respect the kind of people that treats the people around them well. You know, handles conflict in a very relaxed way, getting everything cleared up without it turning into a yelling match. You know. So, at the end of all this, these cardboard boxes that are cut up, I take them back to work with me, and I throw them in the baler so they get recycled. So all this cardboard will get recycled. And I don't have to pay to dispose of it. No, you know, it's just, there's a lot of nuance to that process of self-development that, you know, can't quite be conveyed in, you know, an hour of talking on a live stream. Yeah, you okay if we just call you Clown for short? Because I assume the point was to have an unreadable name. Well, I appreciate it, Gabriel. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, definitely, if I didn't know what was going on here and I saw someone else doing this, I'd be like, I'm curious. Because, like, you see that in the short and you just think, there's no one talking. It's just cardboard being cut up. What the hell's happening here? Yes, they receive very loving care while they're being cut up. But I still find it hilarious. Like, I was talking to Bees at Blade Show, and you know, I was kind of explaining what's going on with the channel and what I'm trying to do. And I mentioned the live streams. He's like, oh yeah, I've heard about your live streams. It's like, holy shit, all right. Apparently it's getting out there. Cause yeah, like I'll bring these back, like I'll be taking them out of work, just a big old stack of them. Yeah. But I'll be taking them out of work, and invariably every 1 or 2 trips out, someone's like, are you moving? Like, no, this is for live streams. Yeah, it's again, like, all this kind of stemmed from the fact that I hate it when guys do a review that's just an unboxing that is, it's a disguised unboxing, you know? It's like, you're telling me this thing's great, but you haven't actually put it to work, really. Like, and unfortunately, Scab, you know, he doesn't do reviews on the kind of knives that I can carry and I can afford to buy, you know? His reviews are all on, you know, larger fixed blades. He's doing his thing with them. Absolutely respect that, but it's like, I can't like buy the thing and carry that he's using to test out. You know, at some point, I probably will have to get a Rosecraft Tarkana and wail on that thing on Cardboard Slayer to see how it does with that. Because, you know, this is a bit of a different beast than what Scab does. So either the knife is going to last longer than I'm physically capable of going, or because this is intentionally aimed at specifically wearing the edge out as quickly as possible, it may not last as long as he got out of it. Well, yeah, and so one thing, and this is part of what set me off, this knife right here. Yeah, that's part of what I go for, is like, we can all buy these, but the guys that have been around for a minute know. This knife right here, it's a $5 knife from Walmart. Okay, they release these axis locks every year around Christmas. This particular knife, the channel that the axis lock rides in was severely deformed from the factory. Like, whatever they were making them with or stamping them out with was all kinds of fucked up. Every single one that left the factory, if you tried to open off the axis lock like this, it froze right here and you couldn't open it any further because that channel was so badly malformed. And no, I'm not bashing Bees either, trust me. I like the guy. But the guys that were doing reviews would take it out of the box, they'd open it like this, and then they'd close it with 2 hands about 3 times. And then they're like, yeah, this thing is awesome, man. Get some for your friends too. It would have taken them about 3 seconds to notice, if you were playing with the axis lock like you do with an axis lock, to notice it was catastrophically fucked up. All right. Everybody that did a review on this did the exact same thing. Like, I'm watching, I'm like, it's the exact same thing as the last 4 I've seen. They literally open off the thumb stud and then close it 2-handed every single time. And then they're like, this thing's great. Like, no, I had to take this thing apart and take it to the belt grinder 3 separate times to get it working as well as it does. And it still ain't perfect, but it works. Yeah, I don't know why I'm still subscribed to Metal Complex outside of I rarely unsubscribe unless somebody does something to lose my respect. You know, like Wrangler Star, that's one guy. Oh, God, he started getting really out there and kind of racist. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. I don't know if they're saying it's a full review, but that's kind of how it's being treated as a review, you know? It's just open and close it a couple times. Dude, this is great. Yeah, you need to get some for your friends, too. Like, these make great gifts. It's like, not so sure about that, bro. You sure about that? Gabriel, I am involved in a Facebook group where guys are selling knives that are like $8,000. You heard me correctly. $8,000. American dollars. And by the way, handling the jar of moonshine tonight is going to be a challenge. I did get bitten by the 4-Max while I was sitting there trying to flick it open, and I didn't flick hard enough to overpower the spring, so I got bitten. And then today, a box of community coffee K-Cups just tore skin off my finger trying to get it out of the case. But yeah, no, I love being in that group, watching that stuff pop up, but dear God. So no, this is years ago. Wrangler Star did a video on machetes, and he started making like jokes about like uncivilized Africans and stuff like that as the users of a machete. And it's like, he started getting out there. I'm like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. I don't want any part of seeing this shit. Because I liked his channel before that. I watched a lot of videos before he did that. It was like, that's just like a Medford. Yeah, well, like, I do like it when he posts something that is like budget oriented, that's like our kind of budget oriented. You know, because, you know, that's part of the thing. Like, I'll watch these videos. It's like, great budget knives for 2024. Bro, your definition of budget is under $200. Like, no, that's not budget. I get it. You know how to spell chauffeur, but that's not budget. Shut it. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, the stuff Wrangler Star was doing before that was all right, but then I found Survival on Purpose. And that seems like a genuinely nice guy. He's giving you value, like, usable information that you can work with. It's like, all right, well, you just replaced Wrangler Star. Good work, dude. Although I don't see him upload too terribly much anymore, but, like, those have been some good videos. Like, if you haven't checked out Survival on Purpose, you should. Even if you're not going to buy the thing he's looking at, it's still entertaining to watch. Relaxing, quiet, peaceful, but it's a good watch. Yeah, that's a bummer. Like, really, the only other knife channel right now that I watch with regularity is Dutch Bushcraft Knives, and it's just, they're good at what they do. They're entertaining. You know, they know what they're doing. They're gaming the system a little bit. They're doing some clickbait stuff, but I enjoy watching them a lot. And they're the reason I bought the Cold Steel AD10 after seeing the hell they put that through. It's like, yes, I want that. But I've also been watching those guys for years now. I like Lefty. I'll watch a video every once in a while about the big thing for me with Lefty is I gotta see him every year at Blade Show and buy one of his prototypes from him. Like I have to now. That was this last year. I bought his Devo and Stassa 23 collaboration knife, the Fireball, which between the two of them, Fireball is like the most appropriate name they could have possibly given a knife. It's like the largest knife that I put to the test. Most likely we're gonna go with the Sheepdog XL again. I don't know if I have it within reach, but there's a knife that I made that we put through the gauntlet. It didn't do as great as the other knives did, but that was a fixed blade, so it had a little bit more size to it. But yeah, like I said, that Sheepdog XL is an absolute monster. It is gigantic. I'm trying to remember what else we tested. But I think that might have been it. Now, coming soon, I have got the Cold Steel 4MAX Scout to flog. We're going to see how much fun that is. I'll watch Joe X on occasion. It's like the exact same video again and again and again and again. It's like, all right, I get it. I get it. You hate that car and you have a shooting range under your house that's eventually going to fall apart. Well, if you're going to go, that's not a bad way to go. It really isn't. Not Joe X is fun. It's just, it's kind of one of those things where, again, when you're making this kind of content yourself, it gets really, really hard to watch a ton of other knife videos. It's just hard to sit through them. And, it's just Joe X. It's going to be chop a dead tree down, baton the dead tree, cut a water bottle, attack a car, move on to the rock, then move on to the metal pole. And, it's just like, I know exactly what's going to happen all the way through. And I can usually tell exactly what part of the video the knife is going to break based on the watch, or based on the runtime. And I'm not saying mine aren't formulaic, It's not like I'm not guilty of the same thing, I'll do the unboxing, I'll do the first impression, I'll do the review after a week of carry, and it's usually about the same thing unless a knife has something catastrophically wrong with it that makes it unusable for me. And then we'll do live streams here dicing up cardboard. That's kind of all we do here. Until my next 10-week series, which it'll probably be a little while before I do that because I got so many things from Blade Show to go through. But I need to line that up. My next super budget showdown season, I need to start prepping for that. Which I haven't quite settled on how that one's going to go. I'm thinking eBay Apocalypse. But the thing that I need to figure out is if it has to be all brand new knives under $15 or if I can allow used knives under $15 in the mix. I haven't made up my mind there yet. Emotional support water. Like, Joe X subbed, but it's on the other channel because I was commenting from my main channel and not this one, or now my alt. but he subscribed to the old channel and not this one. And I cannot tell you how bummed I was for that. It's like, yay! Ah, crap. I'm also trying to figure out how to make my next couple of video intros as good as this one. Really? We're doing this today? Yeah, it's the cutlery lover is another interesting case. Because again, I was watching him for knives, and it was kind of a bit of a different beat than everybody else at the time. And then it just kind of wandered off, and now what we're looking at with cutlery lover, oh no, it's not close to done, dude. You'll know it's close to done when these cuts, it starts wadding up and tearing the cardboard all the way down and just kind of rolling it up. We're not close to that yet. The problem is if you hit a soft spot in the cardboard somewhere, it fights that cut for the rest of the cut. Like we just blazed through 2 layers here like it was nothing. However, in about 10 minutes here, we are going to do an edge test, and I'm going to give my hand about a 2-minute break. Like, you'll be surprised, once I clean the glue off of this, you'll see how good it is still at cutting the copy paper. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. That's part of why I'm so hung up on that sharpness tester. Like, it'll cut here and it'll start to struggle a little bit, but it'll still zip through the the printer paper, but then it struggles here, and it's like, all right, what's happening? So now we're just going off the point where it stops cutting the cardboard worth of shit. Yeah, it's just like I know Cutlery Lover discovered other things, but it's like maybe set up another channel for that. Yeah, and like the last video that I saw was him talking about taking a break, or possibly ending the channel outright. Like we're watching what normally kills channels right now in real time. You know, as you go through a move, like moving for some reason always tends to kill channels. But when you start doing the I'm ending the channel videos and then starting to do just random crap after that, the channel's dying. Yeah, well, when you're dealing with ulcerative colitis, hot sauce, no, I have things to live for. It's like, you see that? That was a nice clean cut. Minimal pressure. It did fine. Yeah, and I mean, in most cases, you know, I hate watching the channel die off like that. But it does come to a point where, like, if it's not working for you anymore and you're not able to, Andrew Fat, what's up? So, you know, I hate watching most channels start dying off, but at some point, like, it's like, okay, this isn't working for me anymore. It's not doing what I want it to. I can't do what I want to with it. So, you know, you kind of got to let it go. That's like my old channel. Like I hit the point where I couldn't make myself go in the shop anymore. I was like, all right, well, I'm not gonna do random shit. Like I tried doing knife stuff for a few videos. It's like, this ain't the vibe. Like this is not what I'm looking for. So I gave that up. But yeah, that's it's unfortunate to see it happen. Yeah, like it didn't seem like Zach was super happy about ending the channel, but he also didn't seem super bummed about it. You know, he just moved on to bigger and better, from what I could tell. But for what it's worth, unless my mental health goes totally sideways, I'm not planning on going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, I like the little corner that I've carved out. Oh yeah, no shit. Because trust me, I'd love to have a job in the I'd love to have a job somewhere in the industry myself, but that's not realistic. You know, that's just like, I'd love to be able to work with, say, Naps or Vosteed and get the stuff in my head out onto something. That's also not going to happen. And I've just got to make my peace with it. All right, left-handed. Yeah, we got the magic moonshine out. And like, I can tell I'm kind of favoring one side more than the other, because this side had a hell of a lot more tape residue on it than the other side. Okay, blade is cleaned off. Now I'm curious, we're going to experiment. Yesterday, before I left the house, this cut wasn't fully healed, and I didn't want it busting open at work. So I actually super glued this one before I left the house. Nope, that was a mistake. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, guys, I have regrets. Oh. Whoo. Oh, that was a mistake, guys. Oh. We're learning things. Oh, man. Well, at least it's sanitary now. All right. So, Gabriel, you see that right there? We did a nice clean cut on the paper, and honestly, at the 2-hour mark, this is doing significantly better than we've had out of our ACR in the past. Yeah, we done learned. Oh, I thought I'd be all right. I thought the super glue would take care of me. So yeah, I'm gonna give it about 2 minutes here and then get back into it. Yeah, the knife is 8CR. Like I'd mentioned earlier, we did a cardboard slayer with this once on the factory edge, and we got 2.5 hours out of it. So we're gonna see if we can get a third or fourth hour out of this on that 15-degree edge. Because that's the thing, we got a new edge profile on it, and that's what we're testing. No, and the amazing thing, Jackass, that first episode when they're like running shopping carts into curbs and stuff like that, like I had a complete freak out session because that was like the thing we were doing at one point. Like we'd done that. Yeah, the ACR is good. That being said, the hollow grind is not super friendly to cardboard slayer. I've found out. Uh, Cardboard slayer and hollow grind aren't friends. This one's not too bad. Like it gets kind of thin up here where we can start the cut pretty easily. But once we hit back here where the flat gets bigger, this hollow grind really doesn't want to cooperate. What we got here? I'm not doing a more 44-pound test right now. I'm not. But Rich's whole wheat sub roll dough, your day of reckoning has come. I do have my emotional support Rise fuel. I don't know. They were buy one get one free at a Quick Trip yesterday. I am waiting as long as I can to jump in on this thing. I'm waiting. Because if we can get more than 4 hours before I catastrophically fall apart, that'd be awesome. Oh god, the bungee toilet was so bad. Oh my god, the poo cocktail. Did y'all see where Johnny Knoxville broke his dick? "1977, alive and kicking. You are a far braver man than I am." That's going to be a big NO. But no, Johnny Knoxville went to do a motorcycle jump, which he is absolutely not trained for. And the guy that was instructing him said, "Whatever happens, don't let go of the bike." He lost control, let go of the bike, and when it landed, the handlebar caught him right in the dick. And like he said, he felt like it was peeing his pants, and he looked down and it was blood. Okay, let's see who's next. Pins and pin blades. Did you pick out a figure yet? I thought it was the end of the handlebar, but it might have been the foot peg. Either way, it was very badly broken, and I don't think it works right to this day. You did? Okay. Gabriel, did you pick a figure out yet? Yeah, I had a friend of mine like that. He had a really bad torsion, and did not go get it looked at until it was too late. So he lost that one. So you can pick between the Grim Reaper, the Robot, Frankenstein, Scuba Guy, or Alien. Which one you want to pick? All right, Frankenstein. He doesn't have a song, so we're just going to go through a cycle. All right, one more. Okay. We'll let the audience pick them out. Andrew, remind me in about 30 minutes here, and we'll do the Alien. But no, my buddy, I know I've told this story before, but me and him had a friend named Brian who had a bad habit of just putting down whatever he had in his hands and walking away and leaving it, which caused him to take it like a $450 loss at one point. But he set his phone down while we were getting sloppy ass drunk one night, and well, normally we'll lose about 3 to 5 people watching when we do that. But yeah, so I give the phone to my buddy, and I'm like, hey, go upstairs, take a picture of your one testicle, and set that as his wallpaper. And I think we did that to him like 5 times that night. It was great. But yeah, basically, like, I get him the phone, send him upstairs. He takes the picture of his testicle, sets it as a wallpaper. And my buddy doesn't look at his phone for like an hour. So I start texting him, and oh no, I'm not wearing those. I'm not dressed like a slut today. But Brian picks the phone up and he can't figure out what he's looking at, so like he holds the phone up in front of his face and squints. And hey, Love Ezzy, what's up? Love Z, something. Welcome. But you know, the longer he squints at it, the funnier it gets until he figures out. Have you tried not getting stabbed for a couple days? Just see how that goes. But you know, he finally figured out what it was, and he just lost his temper. Like, he goes apeshit on us, and then he sets the phone down and walks away again. So I sneak the phone to Steve, send him upstairs. I shoot a couple texts, it happens again, and he goes absolutely ballistic again. And we did that like 3 times. And then finally I take his phone upstairs, and I just pull my knee out basically and spread the hair out so it looks like an alien brain. And he went nuclear. He went nuclear on us and finally put his phone in his damn pocket. Like, that was like it was one of the best times I've ever had. Yeah, like, well, I mean, running is half the battle, but also try don't getting stabbed. Like, I'm scared that my knife is going to fly out of my hand and hit you in the chest at any second at the rate you're going. I mean, it's just like, whoop, it's going for low Z. Like, that's what I'm afraid is going to happen. And I was just legitimately afraid this thing would land tip first because this is just carpet on top of concrete. Did you at least get stabbed in a new spot? Did you get stabbed somewhere different just to spice it up? Okay, I think now we're finally starting to see some significant edge wear. So you leave the house, you're like, hey, you know what'd be fun? Stab me in the ass cheek today. Let's just do something totally different. Yeah, go for the left one. Like, I know I'm not going to not get stabbed today, so let's just make it different. Well, no, like I said, next time just try getting stabbed in an ass cheek. Just do something different. The last time I had to grind a new tip on a knife that I still have was this guy right here. And I broke the tip off, carving out the center of a golf ball. I'm pretty sure you can stab back all you want. I'm just saying, you know, live a little. Get stabbed somewhere different next time. You know, getting stabbed in the same place over and over again's got to get boring after a while. Palmer Connolly, what's going on, man? Yeah, I don't know. I like the bug outs I have, but honestly, outside of that, my opinion of Benchmade is they're overcharging for everything by way too much. Yeah, no, like damaging anything like that's gonna hurt. Like the position I'm in right now, like if the knife I'm carrying for the week drops and gets broken, it's gonna be annoying and I'm gonna feel bad about it. But like right now, I still have 18. I've got 19 different knives I still have to carry for review right now. 19. So like if something happens to one of them, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Well, yeah, like every company is going to overcharge a bit, more or less, at least the more premium companies, if you will. But you know, Benchmade takes it to another level. Like the bug out CF Elite that I got when I got it was like $135. So like that was a reasonable price for it, but now it's like 185. Like that is not reasonable. That is not acceptable. No. Oh, this is 44-pound cardboard too. All right. All right, man. Appreciate you being here, Andrew. Yeah, I'm a Cold Steel fanboy. As long as we're not talking about the 1911. Yeah, but like at this point in time, a standard bug out, as old as those things are, should be coming down to like 75, 80 bucks. You know, like the price on that should come down. Sorry, it should. You know, it's again the CF Elite. Last time I looked was like 185 bucks, something like that. Like, no, that's too much. That's like too much by a lot. You say that, Palmer, but you know, the new trendy super steels, more and more of them are showing up. Like there's a new, this is the best steel ever, like every 2 weeks. Eventually the price of the materials is going to drop. Oh, no, everyone's losing their minds over the Spyderco. Are you kidding me? And I have a couple of buck knives. One of them, I've got a buck 110 that was made in 1980. I genuinely like that thing quite a bit. Then I've got the buck knives Decatur, which, it was a $35 knife. Like they could have done better with it though. Like it's really not finished well. But I'm not saying nobody else does the overcharging thing. Like there is that spider tax. You know, I still don't understand why they thought 8CR13 could push 130 bucks, but I guarantee you a bunch of people still bought it anyways. Yeah, the problem with my buck 110 is my uncle loosened the pivot somehow, so now it's like scary to have in your pocket. So it's just a collector. It's just a collection piece. That's what I'm saying. Like a bunch of people bought it. I guarantee you that much. But seriously, why? Yeah, Case is one of those where like you see a whatever the hell little tiny traditional is like. You're asking for 130 for that? Nope. But on my list of things to do is yeah, I don't know the Spyderco police. Somebody here does, but at some point I'm gonna hit eBay and spend about 20 bucks on an old case knife in rush shape and put a new edge on it, and we're gonna do a cardboard slayer with it. So partially serrated knives were good for me when I was working out in landscaping and landscape maintenance. They were actually quite useful. But for what I do day to day now, they're not so good. You know, it's not like the partial serrations are really going to hurt me that much, but they're not what I use now. So really, the serration question, it depends on what you're doing with it day in and day out. Hell, the one I just had. This one has seen years of service while I was doing landscaping and doing all kinds of dumb stuff with it. It did what I needed it to really well. The kind of stuff that I'm doing, you know, that I was doing out there, like I tried carrying fine edge knives and they wouldn't do what I needed them to. But this thing with the serrations covered all my bases really nicely. So, like, it depends on what you're doing with the knife, how you're working with it. What? Good enough. Like, honestly, I could carry a partially serrated knife and probably never notice the difference just because it's a... You know, all I'm doing is using about this much of the blade day in and day out to cut plastic off of pallets and just small jobs. But I will say the Formax Scout actually got some use today. I took a couple of scraps of wood that are about as big as carpenter's pencils and actually batoned those down into smaller pieces to try to fix something at work. And I also had them turned sideways and just wailed on them, trying to split them in half to make them shorter. So it actually did some work. And I wasn't scared of doing that with it. And I've got that AD-15 light that I'm going to be carrying in a couple, 3 weeks here. I'm going to edge on that one for a little while. Yeah, I will say thankfully for me, I haven't reached that point where there's nothing for me with production knives. God, so much cardboard dust in the air. I'm not sure what I'd be doing if I got sick and tired of production knives with what I'm trying to do here. No. Once you make it up over like $300 or $400, like you can just get a custom. Medford can eat a dick too. Oh, speaking of which, apparently Medford is in the process of dying too. They're now express cards. That was weird. But Medford is in the process of dying too. That guy can eat a dick. But, no, the company's in the process of dying apparently, and they're selling these $1,250 Medford Express cards. Give me a second, I'll find the Facebook link for a friend of mine that spotted it. Yeah, that might be like a pre-order Kickstarter type deal or something like that, but dear God, like, it smacks of desperate. But, you know, and I got a screenshot, or I saved the photo of the racist shirt. It finally popped up again. To quote one of the guys that was involved in the post that clued me into all that, uh, the only way I'm going to get a Medford is if I find it in a ditch. And the Lord says, here, have this one. Oh yeah, like, and I know guys that'll buy $400 or $500. They'll buy $400 or $500 knives and carry them and use them. Like, it's not a big deal to them. Well, the issue with Medford isn't so much the quality of their pieces; it's that the guy himself is a piece of shit. You know, I'm not going to condone or support his Bedford, or support his behavior. Bedford, the hell. You can tell I'm starting to get a little punch drunk. Yeah, I'll be honest. Just the fact that he outed himself the way he did kind of leaves me in a position where I don't even want to be seen with a Medford. Matter of fact, yeah, so basically the Medford Express deal, $1,250 shopping spree, or get a $250 annual return for a shopping spree after 1 year. But yeah, we're talking about the racist shirt. That's it right there. So yeah. I said the 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 whole thing with the whole Cali boy, what's up, man? But like the whole thing with me, or the whole thing with that whole Medford Express card deal isn't so much you can buy yourself a $1,250 card, but it's that there you can buy it and wait a year for $250. Like, no, sir, I'm not buying bonds. I'm not buying war bonds from you. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's one thing to just say, I'm not okay with Chinese clones. Like what they're doing is wrong. But it's because apparently he was kind of just talking like that for the whole show that year too. Like my buddy that was there, like he was basically on site reporting while it was happening. So it's not just the shirt. It's the fact that he was like talking like that openly at the show. It's like, I don't want to be associated with that. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm not spending $1,200 and then waiting a year to spend it on the promise of something like that. Just no, I'm not. It's like I'm gonna spend $1,250 and then wait a year and hope that your company doesn't suffer some kind of massive financial issue? Absolutely not. I need at some point to get a production Devo and not just get prototypes, but every time I go for a production Devo that I want, they're gone. Like, I'm priced out and they're gone. But yeah, I'd like to know how many shops stopped carrying his stuff. I'm imagining it's not too many. But yeah, again, the problem is not, you know, taking an anti-clone stance is not a problem, all right? Even though, like, if you're in Medford's position, you know, the kind of guys that would pay for a clone, the kind of guys that would pay for a clone weren't ever going to buy one from him anyways. You know, it's not hurting him that much, but again, the anti-clone stance, regardless, is still understandable. It's respectable. It's proper. But sorry, spilling your guts like that and outing yourself like that, no thanks. Okay, so Gabriel, you know how we were talking about the edge not quite being done yet? This is the thing that we're starting to see here. This is where the edge wear is really starting to show up. When we start getting a bunch of cuts like this on every different piece of cardboard, when we start seeing a ton of cuts like this, that's when the edge is shot. Actually, this is not new. We've done this knife before, but the last time we did it, it was on the factory edge. And we put a 15-degree edge on this, and we're trying this out to see if it lasts longer than the factory edge did. The factory edge went 2.5 hours before it just gave up. So now we're 2.5 hours in. It's still going fairly strong. So this is kind of taking a look at the edge geometry on these on this 8CR13. Well, I mean, the thing too with Medford is he's already got a big enough audience that agrees with him and agrees with how he went about it, that, you know, that's probably not why he's doing this whole buy a war bond from me for a year deal. You know, I'm sure the problems are, you know, whatever problems he's having are not tied to that. But yeah, ADC and lace. Oh, so the scar here. That scar came from this. This is the Cold Steel Bowie machete. And what had happened was I went to a camp out. This was like a group event, and there's probably about 65 people there whenever I showed up. They got there Friday night. So I get there Saturday morning. No one built a fire. All right. This is a bunch of single men and women. You know, so like if you're single, you build a fire. Chairs show up around the fire. That's how you talk to people. So I was like, I'm going to do you guys a favor and build you a fire. And I had that on me. I had my Cold Steel Copus machete, and I had my Cold Steel Cavalry Saber machete. And I was just going to go in the woods and play. So I put all three of those on my belt. And I go into the woods, and I find a piece of wood that'll make a decent fire. So I drag that up and lean it against the tree, and I start cutting it with that machete. And it skips off, and my arm swings around and bounces off my waist, and the blade just bounced off my wrist right there. I look, and I see bone, and then it fills with red. I look down, and I realize I have 3 machetes strapped to my belt, and I just cut myself. Thankfully, no one saw me, so I went back to my van. I took all 3 of them off and put them up, and then I went and asked for help. A friend of mine that was there grabbed a maxi pad out of her car, slapped it on there, and taped it down. I went back to building the fire. I finished off the last 3 days of that camp out. You know, I'm out there playing cornhole with a gimped up arm. Like, I'm doing everything. And I went home, and since I had no insurance and I could not afford it, I did not go to see a doctor. It just healed up on its own like that. Well, again, I got bad enough resting murder face that if Bigfoot saw it, he'd probably be like, yeah, you know what? Not worth it. It's like, Bigfoot, I'm wounded, I'm humiliated, and I'm holding 3 machetes. Do you really want to dance? But yeah, that machete has tasted blood, and now it wants more. I'd bet you money Kershaw's deal with bottle openers is that the people that buy those budget Kershaws want bottle openers. Like, they are selling to casual buyers. My sharpening system is the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite. All right. Let me go get a link for you on Amazon so you can see what it is, if Amazon will show it to you. Okay, there you go. That's my sharpening system. Bruno Palheran. Yeah, Bruno, sorry I couldn't pronounce your last name. I almost got there. I was this close. Almost got there. Yeah, welcome from Brazil, man. We are, or I am in the southeast of the United States, just outside of Atlanta. So welcome from outside of Atlanta. Yeah, I mean, that sharpening system is phenomenal. It's fixed angle. You can do pretty much whatever you need to, and it takes next to no skill to actually use. Like, you can get stuff ridiculously sharp. Now, the other half of that system, which you're going to want, is your strops. All right. These strops are loaded down with diamond paste. So, like, if I took a few minutes, this could be shaving again, just off of the strops. You need good strops. If you're going to sharpen, get good strops. Like, the Precision Adjust comes with like a little leather strop on the arm that you can use to strop it up. But really, like, so I go through 5 stages of stropping, and it goes from, like, if I remember what I threw on there, it's like 24 micron down to like 14 micron, down to 10 micron, down to 5 micron, down to 2.5 micron. And that will get you an incredibly sharp edge. And sometimes you don't even have to sharpen first. You just strop it and give it a few minutes, and you're back up to shaving sharp again. But yeah, it is 7:43 p.m. here. So what is that in metric hours? 1943 hours. Oh, Kelly boy, why are you gonna be like that? Yeah, that's just nasty. Oh, that's just nasty. Brother, we are all here because we love knives. But yeah, so what you've come into is we're cutting up cardboard to see how long the edge on this lasts. And this one I put a 15-degree edge on myself. So we're seeing if this lasts longer than the factory edge did. Oh yeah, no, we got humor. I'm just messing with you, man. Oh my God, you guys. Yesterday. So part of my job at work as a team lead is I got to put together a 3-minute huddle every morning to talk to the crew, let them know what we're looking for out of them, recognize someone for doing good and all that. So I call everybody back there, and I was just joking. But they all get back there, and I'm holding up my papers, and I start reading. I'm like, by the way, today is Alfredo's birthday. So everybody starts cheering and clapping and getting all excited. And then he's like, yeah, it is. So I'm like, wait a minute. You're kidding. Like, I get all into it for about a minute and a half. And then I was like, he's just messing with me. It's like, it's not, my birthday's July 21st. Why'd you say it was my birthday? It's like, man, I was just messing around, dude. You missed the finger painting part. Yeah, Bruno, I developed a bit of a problem with knives. Like, right now, I have 19 knives that I need to carry to do reviews on. 19. And that was all Blade Show pickups, or Blade Show, except for the AD-15 light that just showed up. I will say, I am genuinely looking forward to doing the 4Max the 4Max Scout. That's going to be a fun live stream. Yeah, we're starting to see problems now. Yeah, and honestly, I thought the super glue was going to save me. So there's a handful of knives from Blade Show that a couple of friends of mine gave me that they just wanted me to have so I could do stuff with them. The rest of them I buy. The only thing that anyone has sent me for free, aside from gifts from a couple of friends, is again, back to this one, the company that sells this, Gin Knives. They sent me this and a couple of their G10 kits to check out and do videos on. And that's the only thing I've gotten for free so far. Sir, back in 2008 when I quit drinking, I quit disinfecting my insides. And I am not planning on drinking denatured alcohol. I need to see if I still have more in the shop or if that can finally evaporated. Book, what is up, brother? I tell you what. Yeah, eventually the P.O. box will happen. Like, that's part of the thing with the super chats and the community support is that's also going to help set up the P.O. box and keep that running. You know, depending on how that ends up going over a long enough period of time. Because unless something drastic happens, I'm not going to be able to support that myself. with my own funds. Andrew Fett, are you still in here or did you have to bounce? You know, you had to bounce. I'll tell you what, Fook, as a late welcome, pick a figure. We've already done the Mummy, the Knight, and Frankenstein. Pretty sure you're going to ask for Scuba Guy. So for me, sharpening a single knife usually takes around 20 to 30 minutes. It's you know, the precision adjust, it's just, it takes a little while, especially if I'm just touching up the edge, it's fast, but every time I bring it over there, I'm just um putting a whole new profile on there from scratch. And bro, I will play the fucking shit out of Munchkin. Oh my fucking god, I love that game. All right. Swave, what is up, man? So this is the Harb and or Freight knife. However, I put a 15-degree mirrored edge on there, and we're seeing if it lasts longer than the factory edge did. Bruno, your English is fine, man. Most knives, you just have a little Torx T8 head screw that you tighten up. That's pretty much it. Okay. Welcome back, Fook. But yeah, so most knives, you can take you a T8 Torx bit and just pop her in here and tighten her up a little bit. Now, you have some where there's a screw on either side of the pivot, so you tighten it up from both sides and kind of work it back and forth until the blade's centered and opens and closes smoothly. That's how you do that. Yeah, I was trying to get the Rosecraft tonight, but the D20 of Destiny decided no. Because I do want to see what that Castoria does. It's not necessarily a model that's the worst to sharpen. If you get into like super steels that are incredibly high HRC, those suck. But the hardest thing to sharpen is going to be recurves. This is a very mild recurve, but let's see. Do I have something else with a good recurve in it? Sorry, I'm trying to see if I have a better example of a recurve, but yeah, hawkbills are bad, but you can kind of see where the curve dips in this way a little bit. When you got that recurve, it makes it very, very, very hard to sharpen on a stone of any kind unless you have a stone with like a arch in it or something like that. I know I saw where Neves was showing how to sand down a corner on a stone where you've got a round spot to go in on. But yeah, those are hard to sharpen. And of course your hawkbill, the way it hooks in, also very difficult. Now, if you have something like a work sharp belt grinder, if you got a small belt grinder, it doesn't matter if it's a recurve or not. Like, you can sharpen anything on that. Yeah, I've got a couple of firearms. I got my 1911, my other 1911, my 12 gauge, and my 22 long rifle. Yeah, you can sharpen a hawkbill on it. Let's see. Oh, it's out in the garage. I would bring it. I would grab it and show you what's happening there. But I got it set up in the garage so it doesn't throw metal shavings all over the room. But like, the slowest part of that is swapping belts out. I can have a knife to razor sharp in like 2 minutes with that thing. How tiny of a knife are we talking there, Kelly boy? Oh, okay. So you're like looking at one of those little bitty pinfire guns. Or you're talking about building like a little zip gun. Yeah, that's so you've got those, and you've also got like the little bitty ones that have the little tiny pinfire rounds that can shoot through the side of a Coke can or something like that. However, it's the size of a finger. You can also get a, it looks like basically a pin, but you can fold it in half and it's got a small trigger and you can pop a 22 long rifle out of that. There's a couple of those out there. I'm assuming they hurt at least a little bit. Dude, thanks, Bruno. So you looked at the state of the collection videos. Yeah, the state of the collection now includes another 25 knives or so from Blade Show and my most recent purchase. Speaking of which, once we hit 2,000 subscribers, I've got 4 knives to give away. So I'm looking forward to hitting that. Brian Kerr, what's going on? Everything's going pretty good in here, man. We're playing with the knife that I put my own edge on, and so far it's doing better than the factory edge. Like, the factory edge held up for 2 hours, and we are at 3 hours on the money right now, and it's still going. But how are you doing today, man? I can't take credit for the edge work. That was the precision adjust. You know, I set that thing down to 15 degrees and just went to town on it with a fixed angle system. We're on the 3 hour mark now. I kind of wish I had a way of tracking how many linear feet of cardboard we've done, but I don't have a good way to do that. But that would be nice to know. Around 12 is the lowest I think I've gotten it. Because we did what by a rough estimate was 12 degrees on that crappy Kershaw on the last live stream. So a lot of the stuff at Blade Show was pretty decent. The booths I stopped by weren't really, some of them were selling at a decent discount. But you go by places like Civivi or something like that, it's full retail. So hang on, I'll go get them. So I've got 2 traditional knives and I've got 2 Rosecrafts. So one of them, this is exactly the same as this one right here. The Rosecraft Pocket Monster. I've got one of these to give away right here, and this one is for me to carry, and when we do Cardboard Slayer on it, when we do a live stream, we're going absolutely apeshit on it until it just cannot cut anymore. And then I've got the Rosecraft Castoria, which I carried this for a week. I'm going to tell you right now, I absolutely love it. This thing is fantastic. It's funky. It's different. It's a great knife. This is one of my new favorites. So when we do the giveaway, this is just at 2,000 subscribers. I'm going to do the video, and it's as simple as be subscribed and comment on that video. And then we got these Rough Riders, the Wasp series. And we got this guy right here. I don't know what the pattern is called, but we got 2 blades on it. And this thing is surprisingly good. I'll show you in a second what the last one I did was on those. And then the last one is going to be this guy right here. And we just got that right there. I thought I was getting a different one than this, but I found out it was this one when I got home. But that's still pretty cool in my book. But those are the 4 for the 2K giveaway right there. You know, so I got something for the traditional guys, and I got something for the modern guys. Come on, go back in there. Yeah, like I'll be going online and getting all the details off of this come time for the giveaway. For sure. And any of the knives that you win will be coming with at least 1 lanyard bead that I made. So you will be getting lanyard beads with those 2, which I should have thought to mention earlier, but yeah, lanyard beads and knives. I'm going to get into my emotional support caffeine now. You got to find a live alligator and wrestle it into submission to earn a knife. That's what he's talking about. Oh. Yeah, cotton sampler. Dude, that Castoria, And the thing is, the Castoria, Rosecraft is unloading some inventory right now to make room for new stuff. That Castoria was $20. The Pocket Monster was like 30, and the Rough Riders were marked down to $10, which is how I got to see which is how I got that many of them to give away. Yeah, no, Swave, that's then what I'm thinking is an older case knife. All right, I can get an older beat up case knife on eBay for like $20. Um, I'll have to put my own edge on it, which will probably be off of the Work Sharp. But yeah, that's already what I'm thinking is doing that. So knives produced in China, they're plenty good. Like I buy tons of knives made in China. Um, so I'm not bothered by them that much. But yeah, I've got this one right here, the canoe pattern, and this blade took if memory serves, it took 3 hours to wear out, and then it was not a problem to sharpen back up by hand. I actually hand sharpened this one. Come on, cut right. Like I got a good edge on it. But let's see. Yeah, I got this one shaving, no problem. There's a brand new bald spot there. Oh yeah, no. Modern Chinese knives have gotten really, really, really good, and part of that is the steel has become so much more available. Like, you know, they can buy just insane quantities of a decent steel and just mass manufacture them. All right, let's clean the tape gunk off of this and see how it cuts paper. What did we learn today? Yeah, no, I'm surprised he's not here looking for foot picks. What do you say, lads? Do we try to clean the brand new one? Now we're going to do the other cut. Okay, I have regrets again. This one's not as bad as this one was, but I have regrets. Let's try that again. Yeah, this one doesn't hurt nearly as bad as this one did. Weird. And this cut's brand new too, and it's not a clean cut. It got torn open by the edge of a box. Well, I had to try it. Oh no, no, I decided to see if super glue in this cut would save me from the alcohol burning. It did not. Ooh, I can feel some edge wear there. All right, so we got cardstock. Yeah, so we got good edge wear, but it's not shot. Well, this cut definitely went a bit deeper. Like I said, when the 4 Max Scout snapped back shut on me, it got me. Oh, we're 3 hours in and it's still going, dude. Like, we're still cutting. We're still clean. It's not construction paper. It's some kind of cardstock. But, like, where that paper cut really clean, this right here, when you got edge wear, will start tearing and rolling, and it'll show the damage a little bit better. It's like if you just go off the copy paper, it still looks cleaner than it is. Oh, it's mine for life anyways. Like, I'm a goblin. I don't let shit go. Which actually I need to, and I mentioned this earlier, is I'm going to start going through the knives that I've carried, reviewed, done cardboard slayer on, and see if I have decent ones that could be giveaways between now and 2K. We haven't resharpened it yet, no. Tim's School of Fish did the face reveal, which, if you look at my community posts, there is a picture. Now, that being said, come Blade Show next year, we're going to find out if the channel's done anything at all. So you haven't been here for it, but there's history with this piece of shit here. And next year at Blade Show, the first person to recognize me and stop and say hi is going to get this thing. This is the Sativian ST-155. It's an absolute piece of shit. 100% piece of shit. This is like one of the worst knives I have ever handled. And it sucks too. You want that because it's famous on the channel. That's why. It's the meme knife. It's the meme knife. I mean, if you want to just say hi and you don't want the ST-155, that's fine too. I just figured someone would want to own a piece of Knives I Guess history. It's a pocket cleaver. You know, it's more like a sax. If you look that up, SEAX. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, all you gotta do is fly out to Atlanta, pay for tickets to Blade Show, and then wait in line for a couple hours. Actually, if you're walking the building looking for people waiting in line, you can find me a lot faster than that and then just go home. If we're being totally honest. Yeah, so I'm going to need everybody that's in chat right now. And I'm going to need every single one of y'all to fly out to Atlanta for Blade Show next year, and all of y'all race to see who can find me the first. Now, that being said, before Blade Show, before I leave for Blade Show, maybe the night before, I'm going to do a video with the camera pointing at my face while I'm talking to you guys. Oh, no. Someone did not win that giveaway. They did not win the giveaway. They received the giveaway. They did not win it. All right, it's like saying you won somebody taking a shit in the sunroof of your car. It happened, but you did not win. Oh yeah. No. You know, I'd love to see people that watch the channel, you know, in real life. Like I expected, like I showed this and I was like, everyone keep an eye out for this if you're going to be at Blade Show. And I already knew nobody was going to be there. But, you know, it's like a 1,000 subscriber channel. There ain't going to be that many people at Blade Show looking for me. You know, especially like 1,000 subscribers and most of my videos get around 35 to 50 views. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, oh, that's all. Yeah, that's not much. But I think the reason he gave that away is probably because he didn't handle it that much before. He's like, all right, give it away. I promise you he did not handle it enough. Like, it would have taken about 2 minutes to figure out where all the problems were. Yeah, I've got a friend in Texas. It's just, he's terrified of Atlanta. He is scared to death of Atlanta. Won't go near it. But like, I can promise you, Bees did not handle that blade enough to see where the problems were. You know, and that circles back around to if you're going to review a knife, actually use it. Find where the problems are before you say this thing is good to go. I'm not going to do that to the guy. Besides which, he will have forgotten about it within the next 3 days. And I will take a magic marker and drop a KIG on the blade for you. Yeah, 9mm Mike, what's going on, man? I'm assuming you just got here because I haven't seen you here before yet today. But no, I hate having like criticisms on knives that are like profound, like deal-breaking criticisms. You know, I don't like doing that, but you have to. You know, like I think I probably saved like 3 or 4 people from buying the ST-155 just off of finding out how bad it was myself. You know, I know I can remember at least 2 people got it off their Amazon wish list as soon as they saw like the first video going into how bad that thing was. And then I think a couple more people were like, yeah, I'm out whenever they saw the live stream. Cali boy, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for your time. So, folk, what we did was we were talking about next year's Blade Show. before the blade show, I'm going to do a video with the camera pointed at my face talking to you guys. And then the first person to spot me, recognize me, and say hi is going to get the Sativian ST-155. And I'm going to put a KIG on the blade and magic marker just for you. And I've got a feeling I will come home with it still in my pocket. Yeah, but you don't have one with my hatred and frustration baked into it with a KIG written on it and magic marker. You can write KIG on yours if you want, but it won't be the same. If you have that thing, you didn't win. It's like saying you won a free homeless guy pissing on your shoes. It happened, but you didn't win. No, the homeless guy just pees on your shoes and then he's gone. That's all that happens. That's what you won. Yeah, something wild would have to happen for me to wind up at Blade Show, Texas. Anywhere but Atlanta, really. Like, the only way that would happen is if the royalties off of that land paid off way bigger than we thought, and I wouldn't have to work if I didn't want to. So I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now, if it does wind up being a shit ton more than we expect, one thing I'm doing is I am going shopping to replace the truck, and I am probably looking for a minivan, and I am going to find the one that is the most comfortable I can possibly find to sit in. The Honda Odyssey is going to be the first one I look at, because those middle row seats with the recliners, I'll tell you what, if I ain't driving, I'll be in one of them bitches, kick back. All right, Fook, see you in a little bit, man. Appreciate you being here. I will say, the Edge is starting to become more unhappy the longer we go. But Hostess Chocolate Zingers, your day of reckoning has come. But yeah, like, you know, I do kind of, I think like anybody that's doing this, like I'll future trip a little bit and try to think about, you know, where all this will be, you know, by the time Blade Show gets here next year. Like, you know, that trip to 1,000 subs, We're going back in for the second time on the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23. The last time we had it out, I put a 15-degree edge on here with the work sharp. So we're seeing how much longer it goes with that new edge. Because of that Ozark trail knife, which, God, I keep going in the box for that thing like it's important. But, you know, this one lasted an hour on the factory edge, and then we put a 15-degree edge on it, and it went 3 hours before it started crapping out. So, like, we're pushing 3.5 hours now, and it's still going fairly strong. Like, we're not seeing the cardboard start wadding up and rolling around the cuts. At least for most of our cuts, they're still good. Beaver Baron, what's going on, man? Yeah. Good to see you. Well, a homeless guy didn't pee on your shoes, did he? Well, I'll tell you what, Beaver Baron, if you want to pick a figure out, we got the robot, the ninja, the alien, and the scuba guy left. Alien it is. That was going to be for Andrew Fett, but he had to leave before his time came. Give me 1 second here. We'll break the alien out. God, cardboard dust is just tearing my sinuses to shreds. One more. Yeah, I will say with this box, that cardboard's really soft. It feels like it picked up a ton of moisture. Like, this is really soft, weak cardboard. It's already going to be... Oh no, my hands will get kind of ashy and messed up, and like, they'll look weird from handling the cardboard all day, every day. But like, I'm handling this stuff all day at work, every day. But even if this is a fresh edge, this still wouldn't like being cut too much. But yeah, like, I'm constantly in dire need of lotion just from handling cardboard all day, every day. Yeah, I'm surprised we're 3.5 hours in cardboard that's this difficult. It's still cutting as cleanly as it is. Like, that is... Well, it's not just the Harbor Freight. Like, the last time we did this, the edge was crapping out at 2.5 hours, just like every other 8CR we've done. However, being set up on a 15-degree edge, you know, we're getting this kind of performance out of it. Like, there's definitely some edge wear, but it's hanging in there. Like, we haven't stopped and sharpened, we haven't stropped it, we haven't done anything since we started. Chat went dead, and I'm so out of it I can't think of anything interesting to add. The Kajerb Rose Gold. I'm not sure what you're getting at there. Like, this is a Harbor Freight knife. But I will say the last couple of coated blades we did, it shouldn't. Like, this is a cheap ass trade. We could not get the coating to wear on this one at all. The last several coated blades we've had, it did not wear off at all. Now, if it's a painted blade, paint will wear off quickly. But yeah, no, if that's like that's any kind of coating, you'd have to scratch it to get that coating off. Like, cardboard isn't going to abrade it off unless you're really doing something dumb with it. So, I did catch that, Gabriel. My all-time favorite knife is a really tough call to make, dude. I got so many different favorites for so many different reasons. That would have to be narrowed down a little bit. Because I got knives that are favorites for sentimental reasons. I've got knives for that are favorites because they work so damn good. I got knives that are favorites because they're, you know, on the rare side. Like, so like picking one all-time favorite's kind of impossible. Yeah, there's a lot of button likes I don't like too. However, the Pyrite button like is a good one. Now, I think if you got the so the usefulness side, the most useful, easiest to carry, and most convenient knife I have in the collection, like just the best all around, it's a tie between the Benchmade Bug Out CF Elite that I have and the Devo Knives Growler V2 that I have. Those two are kind of neck and neck for just the best carries I've had. Like, I've had a lot of really good ones, but those two are pretty much tied for the best. Now, I will say, Punisher, if you get your hands on a Rosecraft Castoria, I think you will like that button lock. You know, I love my pocket cleavers and stuff like that so damn much, but for just ease of carry, everyday use, just Yeah, the Bug Out and the Growler V2 take it. Well, I think the thing with the Pyrite, and I could be wrong, but I think the thing with the Pyrite is it's the button lock. Like, that's the Pyrite's thing, is the button lock. You know, that's kind of like the non-automatic Kalashnikovs that they're selling now. It's like, that's just design a different knife. Like, the Kalashnikov is there because it is an automatic knife at a good price. Like, it doesn't need to be not automatic. No, the Pyrite button lock is really good. Like, if I'm saying it's a good button lock, it's a good button lock. I don't know, but it's just, sorry, the Kalashnikov is meant to be an automatic knife. Like, sorry, if you're going to do a button lock, just do a different knife. You know, that's like saying we released the Ford F-250 and, oh, it's got a 4-cylinder in it. Like, no. I think probably my current just favorite I'm so happy I have it knife at the moment has got to be that Vosteed prototype that I picked up at Blade Show. Like, that's just, that was such a cool score. Like, the Devo Fireball prototype was really cool, and I'm so happy I got that, but that Vosteed, oh boy. Yeah, and like, I haven't really dealt with pawn shops since about, I don't know, 1999 or so. Yeah, dude, the Vosteed Raccoon prototype, like, I think that's my favorite recent acquisition. But, you know, I haven't dealt with pawn shops since before the year 2000. So I don't know what they're like now, but I'm assuming now that you can just... I haven't seen a left-handed Boker, but we'd have to take a look at the pocket clip. Yeah, that's the thing, is being able to look the prices up online ruined it. So I've got the Shuffle 2 N-Tan 8CR13. The knife functions well enough, and it's a good design. However, it is a tip-down pocket clip, which I absolutely can't stand. And the bottle opener, I have no use for. So it's just taking up space that I don't need any use. Like, I have no need for a bottle opener, ever, in my life. I think it's designed well, and if you don't mind it being tipped down, it's a pretty good knife. It's just, for me personally, I don't have much use for it. And the only reason I have it is because it was in a 2-pack with another Kershaw for like 28 bucks or something like that. Okay, Punisher just said the thing I said. I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. Yeah, now, have you actually tried to use the bottle opener on that thing? Because, like, again, I have no use for it. I don't know. Ooh, 48-pound test. Double layers. Let's see how this does. Oh boy. I have regrets. I have not handled the badger knife. Also, hi Samuel, welcome. But I haven't handled a badger. I think I may have seen that name come up once or twice, but I don't know anything about him. But yeah, have you tried to use the bottle opener on that? Because it looks like it wouldn't be that good at bottle opening. Huggy's Natural Care, you've committed one too many sins to be allowed to live. All right. I'm not going to enjoy this, the things I do for you guys. Yeah, it's got it in the middle of the handle in a weird spot. Never mind. That actually cut really well. Yeah, it's just... Okay, this one's actually cutting good. The 44-pound we've been doing hasn't been cutting worth of crap because it's just too hard for the knife to push through with this hollow grind, but I'll take it. Like, we've been pushing this thing hard all night. Right? Oh, you know, a lot of things will be big and bad until you call them out for their transgressions. Like, that's still an impressive cut for well over 3.5 hours of cutting now. Well, I've already got another box over here that I know is going to be a rotten bastard to cut. This one is not going to go down without a fight. So, personally, my preferences are, you know, like, I don't have a particular preference. That being said, FRN has always felt really cheap. But usually that seems to bring the cost of the knife down to something reasonable. But I like a good G10. You know, it's more about the ergonomics than the material. Micarta I also like quite a bit, especially white micarta, where it starts looking like ivory. I think it's the white paper micarta starts looking like ivory, which is really cool. You know, it's just like, this is either FRN or polypropylene. But yeah, the only time I'm willing to accept FRN is if the knife's like under 25 bucks, basically. I do not believe this is G10. I don't remember whether or not the packaging actually made mention of it, but yeah, like, it's, and that's the thing, like, you get into like G10 or you get into stuff like that, you know, once you get the texturing and all that down, like, it starts getting hard to tell it apart from other things. So this could easily be G10 and I could be wrong. I know the Walmart Ozark trail knives, that has polypropylene for the handle. Yeah, G10, like, I'm not bothered by it at all. Like, it's a good handle material. A lot of times it looks a little boring, but yeah, you get micarta and you get multiple colors of micarta in the layers, and then you get it sanded down right where you get big flare outs in the material. That's when it starts getting really good. You know, like the fat carbon I have on the Devo Fireball prototype. That's some good looking stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I really, really, really hope. I hope Vosti can do something with the information I passed to him at Blade Show. So I do moderns. I don't really play with traditionals, mostly because the way I work and how I carry, I need the pocket clip and I need it to open and close one-handed. So it's moderns. I bought the Rough Rider because it was cheap and I wanted to see how it did with Cardboard Slayer. But yeah, like I can't really carry and use a traditional the way I need to, which, you know, I can't be digging in my pocket under a big wad of keys trying to fish that thing out when I need a knife. Like, I need to be able to pull it, cut, close it, put it back, and do all that one-handed. So that means, like, I can't carry I can't carry a traditional and then give you guys valid information about that traditional at the end of a week. Like, anything I did to review a traditional right now, unless I put a lot of extra work into it, wouldn't be accurate, wouldn't be legitimate, and it wouldn't be fair to you guys. Especially if you're trying to make a decision about purchasing it based on what I experienced. You know, that's not cool. There are some modern traditionals that come with a pocket clip. I've seen a few, but they're still like, they're not one-handed openers, which is also a deal breaker. And I've also learned the hard way not to trust myself with traditionals either. So I'm not saying there's not one out there that I wouldn't like. It's just the stuff that I run into, I don't have a way to treat it fairly. You know, I don't have a way to be really objective about it. You know what? FRN feels like the plastic that they made those cheap hollow toys with back in the day. You know, they'd be like super cheap action figures that you know, like you could crack the plastic if you squeezed it too hard. Almost like a slightly sturdier plastic Easter egg. So I have had traditionals that I was, you know, using the wrong way close up and bite me right through here. I don't like thinking about that. You know, I don't make those kind of bad cuts now that I know better. But if I do have to go in and do some work with the tip, it's not going to be a traditional. There's no way in hell. Yeah, the dollar store. That's what FRN feels like. The plastic off of Dollar Tree action figures. Oh, God. Oh my god, that sucked. We just cut through 4 layers in one go. Yeah, I don't have anything against traditionals, and there's a lot of really nice looking ones. It's like, I wish I could carry and use that effectively. Oh, and see, that's the thing. If I ever got a chance to work with Rosecraft on designing something, like, I know they'd be the perfect people for it. But basically, imagine taking take the canoe pattern, all right, stretch it this way quite a bit, and make it longer, and put that in a pocket cleaver. Think about that for a minute. Canoe pattern on a pocket cleaver, just bring it up like this. You got your bolsters on there. You've either got wood or burlap micarta, and then you got a flipper tab and a big old pocket cleaver blade. Like, I can't tell you how badly I want to see that happen. Can't tell you how badly I want to be a part of that, like, responsible for that happening. Cheetos of the Lost Ark, what's up? I saw you come in, but I was in the middle of a tirade. Like I said, I know there's stuff out there that I probably like, you know. That being said, right now at the moment, I ain't buying shit else new. Like, unless the Cold Steel Mayhem comes in somewhere at like $70, I ain't buying shit new for a while. And I'll tell you, like, when I was trying to make decisions about what to do with the super chats, you know, doing stuff for the channel and what to do first, I fought myself for a while on either getting the Mayhem first for the channel to check out, or the edge sharpness tester, and was like, you know what, we got to do the sharpness tester first if we ever reach that point. Like, I think I've got like $27 sitting in there right now, and of course YouTube's not going to pay out on that until it reaches 100. But if that goes straight to PayPal, I can just leave it sitting there until we hit the magic number and we can order it. Punisher, you haven't gotten to pick a figure out yet. Which one do you want? Or no, Fook got the last one when he came in. Let's go with the ninja. All right. Come on. There's got to be a song. No? I guess not. All right. That was a cycle and a half. I thought there was another song on the upcycle. Oh well. I'm not sure how I would handle sending something to Medford. Like, the problem is, I know there is no point in my life where I will ever top what happened at Casemate. So, Casemate, we did work for places like Society 6 and stuff like that, where you go in, you order a phone case, and then you send your image in with it that you want printed on that case. And I don't know how it made it through anything, but somebody had a phone case that just said, "I hate N-words," in all capital letters. That was the entire phone case. So that sheet printed, and I saw that, and I threw the sheet in the trash. It printed again. I saw it, threw it in the trash. They printed the sheet a third time, and I walked over to the guy sitting at the graphic design spot making the sheets. I'm like, "Get this off my sheet. I don't want it." And they printed it again and sent it. So one of our handful of African-American gentlemen working with us said, "Give me that." He printed it, and then I wrote, "A black man printed this case," on the inside of it in a magic marker, and I went over to quality control. I'm like, "Send this." I don't know if they ever sent it, but they said they would whenever I brought it over there. I don't know why they wouldn't get it the hell off my sheets, but I'm still pissed about it. I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you what, though, gentlemen. As soon as I finish this piece of cardboard, we'll check the edge on the copy paper and the cardstock, and then I'm going to go bust a whiz. It's still going fairly strong. Like, I can feel some wear when I hit the cut just a little bit wrong, but it's still going. So, like, I'm starting to get the feeling that the edge is going to last longer than I can. Somehow, I doubt it was a diehard fan. I'm going to assume it was either somebody that really believed that, or more likely it was just an edgelord trying to be a troll. Because it's not like there aren't guys out there that won't do that for shock value. Tatum Rhodes, what's up? Hang on a second. I know you're just trying to confirm that I saw your name, but I will close it and open it in a second here. I'm just trying to take a look at the edge and see how badly it's worn since we started this. So yeah, we got some wear, but it's not really that much worse than it was an hour ago. We got one really worn spot right about here that's hanging up in the cut, but Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd do with the pocket clip on mine if I actually was given the room to work with it. Yeah, you got the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. So what's happening here is we have done cardboard slayer on this once on the factory edge, and this took 2.5 hours before the edge wore out. And I have put a 15-degree edge on here myself, and we're going at it again to see how much longer it lasts. We're going into hour number 4, and it's still going. We are at that hour, so I'm going to take about 5 minutes here to let my hand rest and use the bathroom, and we're going to go back in on it some more. We're going to go until physically I can't go anymore because I got to be up till 2 a.m. anyhow. But let's see if this looks worse on the cardstock than the last hour. It's not really that much worse. Fook, what is up? Yeah, I'm gonna be right back, but I got a feeling this edge is gonna last longer than I can. KO, you're in charge. Be sure to abuse your power. Oh, Jesus Christ, it hurts to stand up. Holy shit, it's been 4 hours. Oh. Oh my God, that is so much better, you guys. Jesus. KO, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Now, you may have nice things in your life, but how many of you have a toilet in one of your 2 workshops? I am a fortunate man. Jesus Christ, that feels so much better. Jesus. Holy hell. But we will go back in on the emotional support caffeine. All right, Popsicle, you know what you did. You're going down. Yeah, that a little bit backed up there. A little bit backed up there, Punisher. Brother, unfortunately, it is a continental U.S. deal because I cannot afford to pay not only the shipping but the customs on. Like, I would be paying significantly more than the knife cost by a lot just to cover shipping and customs. That is one downside of doing these giveaways. Is just, yeah, like the last time I guess I got lucky, but I paid for I paid for shipping for a knife that I won from Australia. That was $27, but that was also a good few years ago. But one of my children, the first time they got sent to their room for timeout, they didn't really understand what was happening and thought they couldn't ever leave their room again. So months later, we found a toy box full of pee. But yeah, like the most I paid for one of the knives in there was $30. Like, it wouldn't make sense to pay. Hell, I went to the UPS store to send stuff in the continental U.S. It would have cost me $70, 70, to use UPS to send 3 knives out from the last giveaway. Well, no, like, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Like, I'd send stuff through UPS constantly, and it'd be like $11 basically to ship anywhere I needed to. Yeah, and I'll be honest, if I had that Kershaw that KO's got right there, I would be forced to find a clip for it. Like, I'd have to. Like, normally I don't care too much about stuff like that, not enough to put myself in harm's way, but that one I'd have to make an exception for. Yeah, I don't know what happened, because it's like I was mailing stuff back and forth with a few guys on a pretty regular basis, and it'd be like $11 to send something. No problems whatsoever, and then boom. Sorry guys, I'm getting another box set up to catch the spent cardboard. KO, I'd probably go for that titanium clip to hold you until you find the right clip at the right price. Punisher, I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for your time. I cannot believe the edge is still going this strong. If you're never going to carry it, man, just wait it out, man. Just keep checking constantly. KO, are you on Facebook and in any knife groups? Check the Kershaw knife group. Look up Caveman EDC. So those guys fluctuate between reasonably budget-ish knives to really nice stuff. So they, one of those guys there may have something for you. I would say try the Ancient City Continental, but you have to have a sponsor to get into that group. Someone in the group has to sponsor you, or you gotta acquire one of the metal business cards with the QR code on it. Like they vet everybody that comes in real careful. Well, I think the thing that, yeah, KO wants the factory clip. You know, if you're not going to carry it, you can wait for the factory clip till you find it. But yeah, I'd check your Kershaw group. Like I said, see if you can get into Caveman EDC, talk to those guys. Someone's got one somewhere. I get not being worried about it, but dude, I've seen the knife. Like, I can't tell you how much I want the knife. But yeah, I know how much it'd bother me just having it sitting there incomplete. That's like my Pacific Cutlery Kukri. I'd love to have the original sheath, and I've gone looking. No one sells just the sheath. That is the most roundabout ass way to do that, KO. I love it. Oh yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but that's still like that's reaching over someone else's shoulder to scratch your ass at that point. Christ almighty, I thought we would be seeing something significant by now. Yes, Samuel, I do have thicker cardboard. Trust me, I have got stuff that's going to be way harder to cut than I'm about to start in on. Now, that being said, this stuff in particular, the really thin, lightweight stuff, when you do have your edge problems, they start to show up here a bit more than they do on the thick stuff. Fook, why are you going to come in here and toy with my fucking emotions like that? Yeah, apparently I just stumbled across the magic angle for 8CR on the first try. Yeah, just talking to Fancy Pants McGee. Bet you know how to spell chauffeur too, asshole. I'm still a little disappointed that I didn't get my $6 mayhem. That would have been amazing. Damn you, E-Cop! Ugh. Oh, God. I have regrets. See, I told you you knew how to spell chauffeur. Oh, the cardboard's fighting back. This is like some difficult stuff. Like, I was saving this. I was saving this for a bit later on, and we're here a bit later on, but this stuff is very, very difficult to cut. Or at least, I think it's going to be. So, anodizing, I don't think is a major issue. If some of the knives that I've used are actually anodized, which I think they are. Like, we did Cardboard Slayer with one of them, and it didn't wear off, but... Okay, yeah. The coating is just a coating then. It did not wear down like I hoped it would, though, I'll tell you that. Jesus! Yeah, this stuff isn't fun to cut, guys. Damn it. Is the model of that knife the Kershaw Junkyard Dog? Because now I have to look that up. I will say anodizing on other materials for handles does tend to chip up pretty easily, or, you know, flake a little easy. Just picks up dings really easy. Okay, let me look this clip up. Okay, yeah, that clip's pretty wild. So, in case you guys are wondering that are watching, that's the pocket clip we're looking for right there, which is why it's got to be the factory clip and not something else. I can tell you that right now. Sorry, I was looking up a thing. I could not make one. Yeah, a clip that wild on a knife like that out in the wild without the knife is going to be a tough order. Yeah, I wonder if you could find one of those that's already been a user on e-balls or something like that, and just take the clip off of that one. That way the one you buy is cheaper and also already carried, so you don't got to worry about first couple dings on it. Whew. I don't know how well this is showing up, man, but this right here is just chewed all to hell. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you get one that's already a user, you can carry that one and take the clip off it and then put an aftermarket clip on the user. So it really depends on the gas station knife. There are some, of course, that are going to be decent and take care of you, but there's a lot of them that won't. You really have to like put your hands on it and kind of look it over real good before you buy it. Like there's no one, like there's no way to make a blanket statement that they're all good or they're all bad. You know, like I've had plenty of gas station grade knives that have carried well, have done well, have treated me well, and I've had some that just sucked. I mean, they just sucked. So this is where you'd have to have your hands on it and make the call for yourself while you're holding it. Yeah, I mean, gas station knives are usually pretty rough stuff, but again, like there's no one, you can't blanket statement all are bad or blanket statement all are good. Like if you turned any of us, Raul Otero, what's going on, dude? Welcome, welcome. Now, it's like I'm pretty sure if you turned one of most of us that are in here loose in a gas station to pick through the knives, we could probably find the best one there pretty quickly. You know, I might find one that would make a decent carry and use. Well, okay, so easier way to do this. Will Amazon deliver to where you are? Will Amazon deliver a knife to you? Because if Amazon will deliver a knife to you, that makes it a lot easier to help us, or a lot easier for us to help you. Yeah, if you can just tell us what state you live in, that's all we need. You don't got to give us your full address, dude. Midwest. Like I said, all we need is a state. We don't need your address. We just need a state because knife laws differ from state to state, and Amazon won't deliver to some states because of those laws. Oh yeah, no, this thing I can guarantee you is a good knife, and it's $10 at Harbor Freight. You know, you really can't argue with this. Ugh. Yeah, that's, as I say, that's why all we need to know is what state you're in. Like, we don't need your address, we don't need your city, but if we know what state you're in, it's easier for us to help you out. Yeah, here in Georgia, I can carry any fucking thing I want under 12 inches. Right? It's been 4.5 hours. It is 9:30 p.m. here. However, I appreciate you hanging out this damn late. I really do. At this point, I'm just like, please let it start wearing out for the love of God. Believe me, it ain't that. It's that this part of my hand hurts so damn bad now. But we're still going. The things I do for you guys. God almighty, this thing is still going. KO, this kind of is the check on the edge wear. Like I said, we're not getting the cardboard wadding up around the cut. I can promise you, the cardstock is going to be nearly identical to the last check we did on it about a half hour ago. Brother, if it makes you feel any better, we can't do anything if we know what state you're in. That doesn't give us enough information to dox you. We just need to know which state it is so we can find the knife laws and help you out. As I said, Kansas knife laws could be different from Missouri knife laws, which could be different from Arkansas knife laws. Like, that's where if you're not worried about knife laws, then we can help you all damn day long. You know, if you are worried about knife laws, then we have to know what state we're talking about, because they are different from state to state. It's not at a national level, it's a state by state level. Because believe me, we all want to help you look. Okay, Kansas. There we are. So something you might want to take a look at. I'll post a link for it. It's one of my favorites in the $20 to $50 range. Okay, check and see if that link works. The Monicala is not that well known. However, I have carried it. I have used it. It carries well. It cuts well. It's titanium, which is really cool. And the blade is 14C28N, which can take a lot of damn cuts. So for me, that would be probably one of the ones I'd recommend right there is the Monicala. Just someone check and see if that link works. Okay, so yeah, the link I sent, that's gonna take a lot of use, dude. Like I said, that's one of my recommendations. You know, it's kind of like you ask 12 people which knife at that price range, and you're gonna get 70 different answers. I'm trying to think what else I picked up that's absolutely phenomenal in that price range. I can look at my purchase history. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I am going to share a link. If you want a hard use knife, a hard use bulky knife, I've got the exact thing as soon as I can share this link with you. Where the hell is the share button? There we are. But you got to jump on this right now. Okay, so the Curiosity Forge link, that is for the Cold Steel AD-15 Lite. If you want a heavy-duty hard user, that is $47.99 right now. It's on sale. That's what you want, or that's my recommendation. Pins and pin blades. Yes, we are still on this knife, and we have not sharpened it and have not stropped it. Okay, but if you're willing to jump on it now, get the Cold Steel AD-15 Lite while it's still on sale. $48. That will take a shit ton of beat down. The AD-15 Lite is on the Scorpion lock. But what the Scorpion lock means is you can close it one-handed easily. So yeah, if you want my recommendation for a hard use knife under $50, AD-15 Lite while it's on sale. Because those things normally sell for around $80 or $90 to $120. So that sale is ka-chow nuts. And I'm done writing. Now we're 4 hours and 45 minutes in, and this edge is still hanging on for dear life. Yeah, 4MAX Scout is not a bad call, but you do have to modify that a little bit when you get it. Like the 4MAX Scout is extremely bulky. And I'd love to say for sure between the 4MAX Scout and the AD-15 Lite which one to get. However, I would go with the AD-15 Lite if you're going to get one now. Because again, that sale price at $47 is kind of fucking nuts. All right, I'm going to give my hand a second. That was that box was a beatdown. Jesus Christ, this hurts. Yeah, again, that AD-15 Lite that I shared the link for, that's what I would go for right now under $50. Chef Rocky, you still here? Yeah, so you got a lot of options. Like I said, but yeah, cold steel is hard to go wrong with. The Luzon is way less durable than, say, the AD-15 or the 4MAX Scout or anything like that. The Luzon's not designed to take the kind of beating that their hard use knives can take. Yes, it's not just that. All right, the pivot, like the pivot on the Luzon is nowhere near as strong as the pivots on the 8015 or the 8010 or the their hard use knives. The lock is nowhere near as secure. Yeah, like the Luzon is not designed for the kind of hard use that their hard use stuff like the ADs and the um I hate the way ice packs feel, I'm not gonna lie. No, once I stop doing this and give it a couple hours, it'll be fine. Like I don't have parts of my hand going numb or anything like that. So the ergonomics are still, for what we're doing here, these ergonomics are probably the best we could have gotten out of those four. Thank God for small favors. But that box was pure hell to cut up. So let's clean off the gunk and see what we get. I'm out of cuts to clean, unfortunately. Or I'd give y'all another treat. We were talking about the Shuffle 2. Basically, me and Punisher both didn't like it that much. I mean, someone said that the pivot on the Shuffle 2 was not that good, or the Shuffle 1 wasn't that good, and it had blade play issues. Okay, that gets enough of all the gunk off it. Yeah, like, the Shuffle's definitely not good as a hard use knife. I said if you're looking for an affordable tank, cold steel's the way to go. And if you're trying to catch if you're trying to catch sub 50, again, a cold steel that's on sale is the way to go. What the hell? Yeah, it's just not wearing out. Like, it's still looking the same as it did, about an hour ago. Someone please tell me, when in your life was the last time you had a bottle in your hand that needed that type of opener? All right, because even my ass with a pretty noticeable drinking problem still had a hard time finding bottles that needed an opener. Just throwing that out there. Jesus. Jones, I think you're right about that. There are a couple of sodas that are like that just to be pretentious. No, if I'm at a family gathering, I bring something properly ridiculous. Or at least when I was at family gatherings. Guys, this is getting kind of ridiculous. Like, seriously, the Apex still feels way cleaner than it has any right to feel. No, we're not calling it right now. That being said, I don't know how much longer I got before we call it, but we are going to strop it and see how it does after a strop. Like, there's edge wear that's just showing up intermittently. I was like, I need to look at my alarms, but I think I need to be awake at... Matter of fact, I do need to take a look at that. Yeah, we are going to keep going for a while longer, maybe push it to 10:20 or so, about another half hour. Oh yeah, I know, but part of this too is I'm just trying to see if I can actually wear this fucker out before I gotta quit. Like, I'm still sitting around BSing with you guys, but I also just want to see if I can actually put enough wear on this thing to start cutting bad. I'm not going to do a two-parter. I said we are finally starting to see at least something. Yeah, this is the 15-degree edge, sir. Yeah, like trying to do M390 or something like that scares me. Like if I do M390, that's going to be a marathon, and that's going to be hopefully at that point, hopefully at the point we're doing that, there's a big enough audience that can raise some super chat funds for the channel or for charity, depending on where we're at the point that happens. Like if I'm going to do M390 and I'm going to marathon that shit, there better be something at the end of the tunnel there. Now, see, there's the rub. I don't want to be responsible for sending anything back. I will start off with the best of intentions and then never get around to it. Or it'll take a month longer than I say it will. Like, I know myself well enough to know that. That's part of why I say, you know, when the P.O. box is set up, do not send me anything you want back. Because it may end up... like, if you send anything, it may end up being a long time before I can get to do a video on it. And, I said, I don't want to be responsible for sending it back. You know, there's a reason I don't borrow anything from anyone ever. And I also don't loan anyone anything that I expect to see back. You know, it's like if I loan you money, it's money that, one, you've got to be pretty close to me before I'm going to loan you anything. And two, it's going to be money that I'm okay with not getting back. You know, that's just how I operate. Yeah, go ahead and fly out to Blade Show. I'll see you there. No, like... So I've got M390 on one of my two bug outs that I don't want to thrash. And then I've got M390 on that Kaiser Cyberblade, but the grind on that is so bad that it just will not push through cardboard worth of shit. It's such a thick piece of steel going down to a point so abruptly that you're basically forcing a wedge down through it. I've got one of those. I believe it's the same one you have. Because I'm pretty sure that's this one. Let's see. There we are. Yeah. And the thing is, as thin as this blade stock is with this flat grind, I'm pretty sure it would go all night. Like, the only thing that will hold this back is if the steel is properly garbage. I'm going to assume it's 3CR or something like that. Because that was part of Timu Geddon. All right, Pins and Pin Blades, thank you for your time, man. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, like I'm seeing very intermittent bad cuts. Like it's not becoming consistent yet. Oh, Christ almighty. Like, we have pushed this thing through a lot. All right, have a good night, 1977. I appreciate you being here, man. Well, KO, if it's like the rest of the channels on here, you're going to catch up to me and then blow past me all in like one go at some point here. Yeah, like I said, that's like kind of what I've watched happens is there are channels that start off smaller than mine that I'm watching, and then all of a sudden they just fucking freight train past me. Like, I know why. It's because I'm not doing constant giveaways, but still. All right, if anything's gonna show wear out. Yeah, I wish EDC and Lace would have been here for this, just to kind of hash out the surprising performance of this edge. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I was like, I loved having her on that last stream. I was hoping she's going to pop up more frequently. Holy shit. We got to remember, like, I'm not just doing cut testing here. I'm also doing a lot of long form content. You know, I'm doing a lot of videos, very regular videos. I'm doing the pocket checks every day. Like, I'm putting the work in. It's just the guys that are doing giveaways are just freight training their way through. You know, and the thing that I've seen is they'll do like a bunch of regular giveaways, and then they'll you know, they'll get up to 2,000-3,000 subs, and then the content just kind of slows down to a crawl, and then they're not doing videos anymore. I might be the last person you see rocking a TF-V8 for quite a while. Dude, you're more than welcome to try, man. I love it when she's in here talking steel and stuff. I really do. Like, when we clean this blade up, I'm going to have to see how much worse the hairlines and the hazing are. It's like HCR13 will pick up a lot of fine scratches off of this cardboard. Oh yeah, like I said, like, I knew the 15-degree edge was gonna last longer, or at least I was reasonably certain, but not to this degree. And like, this box should be having a very hard time cutting cleanly. This was a frozen box. It was in the freezer and then brought out and thawed. So this, it soaked up a bunch of moisture at some point not too long ago, which normally makes the cardboard harder to cut. And you can see where we've hit a couple of funky spots and it didn't like it, but like, we should be struggling more than this right now. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact that now I know beyond a shadow of a doubt what this can do at this angle. I'm very happy with that. You know, that's one of those things where it's like, you know, why didn't they do this at the factory? But the, you know, the micro bevel is a lot easier to grind at the factory and get out the door. So tougher materials, I'm assuming it'll hold up okay. Like this is definitely more of an abrasion and intentional wear test. But I think that depends on how much tougher the materials are. Like if you're pushing it to the point where the 15 degrees is starting to like fuck up immediately, you probably need to be at 18 or 20 degrees. Welcome back. Did you ever decide what your knife purchase is going to be? Yeah, like I said, it's not that there's anything wrong with the content or anything like that. It's just, you know, it's again, like I've watched other guys do this and I've seen how they hit that really fast growth. You know, and it's just the guys that are doing giveaways constantly just freight train the shit out of that subscriber count. Like they fucking blast it out real fast. Like if you watch Tim's School of Fish, he made it past that first K and shot up to 3K in like no time flat. But it was just like 2-3 giveaways a week nonstop. That's kind of one thing I miss about Damascus the Fox doing his uploads is, you know, they take a little while to get through, but you're going through and you're getting like the blade thickness, you're getting the weight, like you're getting literally every possible fact you could possibly want about that knife out of him. And you know, you get your standard size comparisons and all that stuff. Yeah, I think I'm going to say we're at the point now where we are reasonably worn. Like, we're still getting some clean cuts, but they're starting to get kind of ragged. Now, see, that would be interesting. Like, if you could get into the history of the company, find out who designed it, find out some of the background on that, and then, you know, pick up your sales numbers and all that, that would be interesting. Dude, so think about like doing Cardboard Slayer on something 100 years old. That would be fun. Yeah, and I really wish I had a solid, reliable way to get HRC numbers, but I don't have that either. Yeah, we got wear. So I think we're gonna say 5 hours is where this thing finally at least gave out enough to call it. We're gonna strop it. And we're gonna see how sharp we can get it off the strops. So Samuel, something to pay attention to here is the strops. Um, like I'm gonna do the paper cut one more time to show you how much wear there is, and then we're gonna strop it. All right, you can see that right there. It's definitely it's definitely up in here, just worn. So let's go to town on the strops. So I said this is my high micron count. This is something heavy duty, but this is the diamond paste. And I'll be honest, like if I wasn't putting myself through this with Cardboard Slayer for you guys, and it was just a more laid back, quieter live stream, or I'm like on camera talking and not doing anything interesting, I wouldn't be as worried about giving that much of a heads up before I started the stream. Luke B, what's going on, man? You've been sitting here lurking this whole time watching? Yep, stropping our asses off. All right, so we are back to a reasonably shiny edge. Yeah, Josh, I'm still on. We hit the 5 hour mark basically, and the edge finally started really giving out in any kind of significant way. So we're stropping it back to life and then closing the stream out in a little bit here. Yeah, we sharpened this to 15 degrees. Yeah, these strops will get progressively finer as we go. And really, really polish this edge up. Gravy Seal, what's up, dude? Yeah, we are 5 hours and 20 minutes into this stream. I am an absolute wreck right now. However, this is an 8CR13 blade that went 5 hours before it started showing significant wear, or significant enough wear. Yeah, caffeinated Kool-Aid's gone. Yeah, the lights are sound activated. But like that right there, you should see like there's a significant difference already. And we're nowhere close to done stropping. Now on to stage 3. Yeah, testing the sharpness on the can won't give us anything useful. And I don't feel like having a halfway cut up can sitting here to deal with. I haven't had anything too hard to sharpen myself, but we've been working with like D2. I think 154 cm was the toughest, but even then, like I'm using diamond plates on a fixed angle system, so it's not that hard to do. Yeah, and this is just progressively getting finer and finer. Speaking of which, I need to grab that Assault Team 1 and bring it down here to run. Or no, we did 14C on what was that one knife? What was that knife we did that was 14C? Oh, it was the Proponent. All right, Gravy Seal, I appreciate you being here, man. All right, so here we are on the last drop, and I know you guys that have been here know this, but I'm just kind of sharing what's happening for Samuel. Yeah, 420 HC ain't hard to sharpen. Okay, so we're back to a nice mirrored edge. And it's a shame evasive floppy disk isn't here because we're going to see if this thing can shave. And yeah, so that is the value of a good strop. Okay, thanks, KO. Dude, Samuel, ask all the questions you want, dude. That's what we are here for. We live for this shit. All right? Someone coming in and asking a bunch of valid questions and not being a troll makes these streams so much better. Please ask away. But, Samuel, like, I don't know how much you do or don't know about all this, but you saw we did 5 hours of cutting, and all it took was my strops to get it back to shaving. All right? Invest in some good strops and some good compounds. Like that. It amazes me every time I do that, and I'm not even surprised anymore. Like I'm not surprised. I know what those drops can do, but it still amazes me every single time. Like the edge is pretty thoroughly mirrored out, and there aren't even really any major scratches on the cutting edge now. Like it wiped them all out. However, the blade is just covered in hairlines now. And trust me, I don't want anyone walking away feeling like they've got, actual questions, feeling like they got left hanging. Oh my God. So heat treatment, the best way to put it is the blade is heated up to a critical temperature. It can either be quenched right away, which is cooling it down quickly, or some steels you heat it up to a certain temperature, hold it for a certain amount of time, drop it down a few degrees, hold it there, drop it down a little bit, and then go into a specialized cooling system. But yeah, you heat it up, you cool it off, it gets harder, and then you heat it up again, but less to soften it up and make it durable instead of something that's going to shatter when an ant farts on it. Like, who was it? I'm trying to remember, but there was someone that went over heat treatment in the best way I've ever seen. And I left a comment for him, but I can't remember who the hell it was. It might have been Pask Makes. No, I think it was Pask Makes. He went into a very basic version of heat treatment and really, really went in on the details and made it so nice. Yeah, like if you want to know about heat treatment, there's a lot of YouTube channels that will go into details on it, and some of them will go into insane details. Like the heat treatment I do here at the house when I make something, it's a very, very simple heat treatment on very, very simple steel. I'll get it heated up to critical, up around 1900 degrees or so, and then it goes into a gallon of preheated canola oil, and that hardens the blade and makes it very, very brittle. And then it'll go into an oven for 400 at 400 degrees for an hour. I might bring it off, bring it out, let it cool down to room temperature, and stick it in for another hour. But that softens it back up to the point where it's not going to shatter when you use it. It's not going to shatter when you hit it with something. And that's the big thing is getting that balance right, and some bad heat treatments on stuff like that, like on steels, getting it up to a low HRC. What numbers in the comments? You're talking about the HRC? Because the HRC tells you how hard the steel is. Um, and like there's a certain range you want to be in. Typically around like you kind of want to be around the 60 mark, 59, 60, 61, 62. When you get up into the high 60s, you're starting to look at very specialized steels that can take that without shattering. And then that's when things start getting real expensive real fast. We didn't even check the card stock. But when you're looking at picking out a steel for your blade, like if you're just a concrete cowboy, you're using it to cut plastic off of pallets or cutting boxes open or stuff like that. Your steel isn't that big of a deal. Just about anything will get you by. But if you're out there really beating on it, cutting apart, shrubs and small trees and stuff like that, or you're putting it through some really nasty, dirty materials, then you start looking at your HRC and trying to balance what can I sharpen easily enough that will still hold up to it. That's part of where S35VN kind of comes into its own. Fook, I appreciate you being here, man. Enjoy. And no, sir, I don't really know the HRC. Some of these will have an HRC listed on the Amazon listing, and a lot of times it'll say like 58 to 60 HRC. And of course, when you're buying these, this knife and another one of the exact same knife that you go buy today might have 1 or 2 HRC difference. That's kind of one of those things where you don't have the exact same batch of steel every single time. And Punisher, you don't have to learn a lot with stropping. You just need a good strop and good compound. Like that's all you need. And then it's just brushing it back and forth on there. Yes, Outdoors 55 is the man. I appreciate it, Luke. Like we strive to make this entertaining while we do this. I mean, half the reason I do this is to hang out with you guys. Um, you know, like I want to have proof that we did this, and I want to have proof that the knife was used. But it's just as much hanging out with you guys and letting y'all enjoy the streams too. Yeah, Outdoors 55, like if you want to learn about sharpening, that is the best place to go. Um, oh, good Lord, Gabriel, I thought you already went to bed, dude. Well, no, just start stropping now. All right, if you got good compound, even a not quite perfect sharpening job will still turn into a absolute laser. Like again, you saw this thing was in pretty rough shape. It's been through 5 hours of cutting, a good strop, and it's back to shaving. Yeah, no, I mean they're tools, but still, if you like them and you enjoy them, that's what we're here for. Like, they're tools to me too. Um, yeah, I mean, dude, like I said, a decent strop on Amazon and some diamond paste, just some cheap diamond paste will get you where you want to go. I know I know EDC and Lace, she has some stropping compounds, some like some diamond emulsion that's a lot better than the paste I'm using, but I don't have that, and I'm not going to get that until I can buy new strops. And once I can buy a couple of new strops, I'm going to hit her up. But um, so I can do heat treatment on knives that I make. Um, like the stuff that I make, and I'll make that out of 5160 or 1095, or like I made this, and that's 1095 and 15N20. You know, I can do heat treatments on stuff like that. That's very simple, basic, easy to do. But trying to do heat treatment on most stainless steels, nah. Some stainless steels you can heat treat the way that I am set up to heat treat, but most of them require a lot of very, very, very expensive equipment to do it right. Um, or at least equipment that's way too expensive for me. Like, you can get a kiln that will do the temperatures that you need for the most part, but then trying to get the quench right and do the cryogenic treatment afterwards, nah. Nah, there's no damn way. You know, the reason stuff that takes a more complex heat treatment can get so cheap is they are doing that to huge, incomprehensibly huge batches of steel in one go. Yeah, well, I think we found trolls don't tend to stick around here too long. They're not getting the reaction they want, so they move on to the next one. I'm going to play with my Kaiser Nice Guy for a second. I can't wait to carry this, and I can't wait to put it through Cardboard Slayer. We haven't done Nitro V yet, and this is a nice, tall, flat grind on this thing. Oh, it's going to be so good. I got a feeling this is going to take forever to wear out. Yeah, no, I like this a lot. I was at Blade Show, and I dipped into money that I didn't really have on the credit card to go ahead and grab this thing while I was there. Like this thing, I picked it up. I'm like, yeah, I love this. I have to have it. And I got it with the aluminum scales too. This thing feels so damn good. I'm still pissed that I lost that mini roach, but what do you do? Yeah, like I didn't know Nitro V was a thing until I was talking to the guy at Kaiser, and he recommended the shit. What was that one? There's a $40 button lock in Nitro V that's really nice. I got to handle that at the show. It was so good, and he wouldn't let me buy it. But that is on the list of things to order. Like, I even have the name saved in the notes. Somebody here knows what it is. This is the Kaiser Nice Guy. And Kaiser makes some really good stuff. Like, I haven't carried this yet for review, but just in the hand right now, unless I find some catastrophic flaw during my week of carry with it, this is something I would trust to do a lot of work for me. All right, brother. I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for showing up and being here this long. But like, I got that right there to mess with. I've got this sin cut right here. Like, this is all stuff that I got at Blade Show that I have to carry still. But like, we got this sin cut right here, the slashkin. That's going to be most likely a very good carry. That should be very enjoyable. My only concern is whether or not the pocket clip gives out, but like, this would have to get hung up on something and pulled out of shape. The only best tech I have right now is the Dundee, which is where exactly? It's in here somewhere. No, it's not. It's in the box. This was a really good carry. However, I did something to accidentally partially deploy it. So when I reached over to tuck my shirt in, it cut the hell out of me right here, and I bled everywhere, and now I'm kind of scared of carrying it the way I normally do. But pocket carry is not a problem. It's just I carry stuff tucked in the waistband because I don't have a lot of free pocket space. So a partial deployment there can be mildly catastrophic. But next week's carry is going to be this right here. It's the steel wheel cut jack. If you'll give me a second, I'll go upstairs and grab the... Yeah, I've heard the good boy is good, but I haven't handled one. But if you give me a second, I'll go get the 4MAX Scout that I'm carrying to show you, Samuel. I'll be right back. All right, I'm coming back. Okay. So, this is the 4MAX Scout. Someone mentioned this as one of your potential purchases for a heavy-duty knife that can take an absolute beating. This thing is an absolute tank. That's what I'm carrying this week for review. But you've got a 4-inch long blade. You've got the triad lock. So with the triad lock, you can put at least 600 pounds on the spine of the blade right here before this lock gives out. This thing ain't going anywhere on you. But one thing you're going to have to do is if you're going to have to take the pocket clip off, and you're going to have to sand it down right here and make it smooth. Otherwise, it will tear the hem of your pocket up so damn bad. Now, I will say this takes up most of your entire pocket. That's the only downside to this, because I had to carry it in my pocket for a couple of days because of this clip and the surface on here. But it took up so much room. But this is the one where I did some chopping work with it. I did some miniature batoning with it today. Like, I love my pocket tanks, and this is definitely a good one. But when I was talking about the AD-15 Lite, that's this one right here. And unlike this, you can do an easy one-hand open and an easy one-hand close. And this thing, it's the same steel as this one. It's a little bit lighter weight, but I would still trust this to do some really hard work. And like I said, they're normally priced around... Okay, so liner lock. The liner lock is this right here. This is what locks it open. That is a liner lock. They're a little bit fragile because you can slip out of this lock if you're pushing on it or prying on it the wrong way. Like, you can create some problems for yourself there. But the liner lock is really good and reliable. Let's see, do I have a frame lock sitting here? I don't think I have a... So you got a frame lock right here, all right? And this is where the frame itself is what comes in to lock the blade open. And it's not that different from a liner lock. It's just a little bit beefier and a little bit more secure, not a ton. And then your triad lock, it's just a simple lock back, but it's overbuilt to hell. So you have to use a second hand to close it. You can do a one-hand close on these, but if this thing closes on your hand, you're getting cut. So you got the triad lock right here. This is a scorpion lock, and the way it locks is this bar on the back pulls this way. So you got one-handed opening and closing on something that is still very, very strong. What else do I have here? I got liner lock. I showed frame lock. Oh, so axis lock, that's another one. Yeah, it's just the triad lock is ridiculous. I don't have a, I do have a button lock down here. So you got a button lock right here, all right? And that is quite simply this button you press down, and it lets you open it, and it lets you close it. And that is all off of this little button right here, and that's a button lock for you. And then you've got an axis lock, which the lock right here is this little pin that moves back like that. So you pull the lock back, it flips open, pull the lock back in, and but the axis lock is good for one-hand opening, one-hand closing. And the axis locks, if they're designed well, tend to be very, very strong too. They're not going to be stronger than this, but they're still really strong. So there are videos that show what an axis lock can take, and for something this dainty, they take some serious abuse. That's one thing with Benchmade, and that's part of why they're so popular. Like, I have watched a couple of their axis lock knives get put through absolute teetotal hell, and it was incredibly hard to break that lock. I've seen axis locks get batoned through branches and still be fine. I've seen a couple of them fail, but they were still being put through way too much. Do I have any other different locks in here? And of course, this is your traditional back lock. Your lock is back here. You open it, and the back lock is fairly strong, but it's just like the triad lock. You push it down, and it closes. There's not the support pin that the triad lock has, but, you know, the same principle. It's just farther back on the knife. This is a mid lock, and this is a back lock. My top 3 favorite locks. I love a good liner lock. I love a good axis lock. And then, honestly, the triad is just, I know what I can get away with this. Like, the triad lock is just overbuilt. It's absolutely insanely strong. When I get my Cold Steel Mayhem, the Atlas lock is probably going to take away the top spot from the triad. Later, new knife friend, what's your name? Who are you asking that? But, so the Atlas lock is even stronger than the triad lock, but you can just pull the lock back with one hand right here and get it open and closed. And the Mayhem has that, and I got to play with one of those at Blade Show. Oh, dear God. I thought about touching myself when I got home after that. But I will say, this thing is going to get the Cardboard Slayer treatment. This is going to do Cardboard Slayer after its week of carries over. This I cannot wait for. I cannot wait to put this through Cardboard Slayer, you guys. So I've got several axis locks, and I mean the ones on my bug outs, The CF Elite is incredibly slick. It's beautiful. The upgraded one with the aluminum scales and the M390 is a little bit tight, but I don't want to mess with the pivot on that, so it just stays as it sits. I've got a few other axis locks that, you know, I like all of them. Once you get them tuned up right, they are so satisfying. Oh, yeah, this is going to be so comfortable. Like, I don't have anything here for my hand to get stuck in, so... which one are you trying to see? Because, like, my bug outs are all upstairs, packed away in the drawer, and I don't want to run upstairs again. Another one that I absolutely love... The SOG Terminus XR has a rather unique axis lock. As you can see, when I pull the axis lock down, it opens the blade up a little bit. There's a soft stop on there, so if you don't time it right, it just bounces off that stop. But if you get the timing right, it's incredibly satisfying to fidget with. Oh, I'll show you some real interesting locks. I got some real interesting ones here. Maybe next time. It's not, you can find all kinds of video on bug outs, dude. They're one of the most popular knives ever made. But take a look at this. This is the CRKT Dactyl. Watch this. Watch this. It opens and locks sideways. And then your lock, you just push the little tab forward and backwards. Like you get this push forward, it's locked. It's not going to close. Yeah, the lever lock is interesting. It's a back lock, but it's just got a lever to open it. And then we got another one right here. And the design on this is absolutely gorgeous. Like, in past videos, I've talked about CRKT working with Ed Van Hoy. Ed Van Hoy designed this thing, and I really wish he was around a bit longer with CRKT, like he did 3 awesome knives and then vanished. I want more of this out of CRKT. Yeah, so this is the Dactyl. This is not the snap lock. This is a snap lock. But yeah, the snap lock is fantastic. It's really hard to carry. So, nice. The problem I have with this, it's very hard to carry because anywhere you put it, these lugs right here catch on whatever fabric. Like, if it's in your pocket, the hem of your pocket, it's going to catch on that and be a pain in the ass to get back out. What the Dactyl? D-A-K-T-Y-L. Now, the Dactyl is discontinued. It's been discontinued for a little while. They still sell the snap lock, though. Samuel, one thing you'll learn if you go back into some of my older videos, I love my weird-looking knives. The Snapfire is one of my all-time favorites. It's also upstairs. It's a bit of a safe queen. But... yeah, I love my weird knives so much. Like, when I finally find a Grail knife, it's going to be something incredibly weird that's hard to get your hands on. And it's going to be incredibly weird. It went up that far, because I think I bought this for like 55 bucks. I don't know. Let me see if I can pull it up in my Amazon history. Bro, I got it for $31.84. All right, Rocky, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. $31.84. I got 2 of them, and I guess one of them went to my brother. Yeah, so if you start going back and watching videos, I try to do a pretty strong intro, just something to grab your attention and keep you there long enough to start in on the knife. Some of them are better than others. The Pizza Hut saga was one of my favorites. Yeah, no, I can't believe they got up that far. Like, dude, Chef Rocky, thank you so much, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. That is going towards the best edge sharpness tester whenever we can afford to get that. Yeah, no, Chef Rocky's the man, dude. Chef Rocky, you get a robot fart. Brother, I have no idea what that says. Unfortunately, you are in a language I do not understand. And I do not want to be rude about it. I am not being rude. If someone could translate that for me, I'd appreciate it. My phone won't let me do translation on the fly like that. Yeah, the Lansky I have is just the baseline Lansky, and it is not legit. It is not legit at all. Like, I don't know how the guys do that. Dude, Mike, thank you so much, dude. Thank you, and thank you. You get Scuba Guy. I know I put new batteries in you. No, you don't get Scuba Guy. Oh. Well, the issue isn't the diamond stones, okay? I've got 2 major problems with it. The first one of which, taking these out of the clips right here, the first time I opened this thing, the dingus end right here just snapped off one of them. The other problem I have is I could not get Javanese for how much is that, honey? Wow. Punisher, dude, thank you for coming through. But the other problem too is like I clamped a normal size pocket knife in here, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to where I could reach the blade, the edge of the blade, without it just resting on this clamp. Like, I could not get it up off the clamp no matter what I did. Yeah, Mike, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, man. Like, you guys are coming through, and y'all are coming through for the channel. Yeah, I couldn't get this thing to cooperate with me. So, like, even with diamond stones, it still wouldn't do what I need it to. Well, no, it's not a matter of, you can bend the rod. That's easy enough, but just pulling it out of here, the end of one of these just snapped clean off. Like, that just, I get it. It's a cheap system. That being said, I couldn't get it to work for me, and honestly, I'm glad I spent the money on the precision adjust. I don't know which one is that he's asking about. Like, Diot, I'm not trying to ignore you. I just don't know specifically which one you're asking about. Like, were you asking about this guy here, or... And Arkansas EDC, welcome, man. Sorry, I'm like in 3 different places at once. Uh, yeah, KME is a bit too expensive for my blood. Like, I'm rocking the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite right now, and that's kind of top of the line for what I had to spend on something like that. But that thing does fantastic work. But yeah, we have hit the 6-hour mark on this live stream. We had an 8CR13 blade take 5 hours of dicing up cardboard nonstop before it started wearing out because I put a 15-degree edge on it. But what was I gonna say? I don't know. I am brain farting out hard now. Not Punisher, you're doing fucking awesome, dude. I appreciate it, man. Because yeah, the other system I was using was the Kin Onion Work Sharp belt grinder, and I still use that on the cheap stuff. But for like what we're doing here with the cardboard slayer, yeah, like I wonder what he was looking for when he came in. Like that is, it sucks when that comes in like that, and I can't answer because I can't read anything or really, you know, speak. Like it really sucks. I always feel bad about it, but there's not much I can do. Did we even strop this thing after the live stream last time? I think we did. I think we did. Like I don't know, me it seems kind of weird. Like you hop into a live stream where they're speaking a completely different language, and it's like, you drop into a stream, they're speaking a totally different language, and you start asking questions. It's like, all right, I'm not sure what we can do here. Yeah. Yeah, he was here for the feet pics. Like, I still can't believe evasive floppy disk didn't come in for those tonight. Like, I really can't. No, I tell you what, I am edging on cracking this bad boy open. Wilderness Bushcraft, what is up? Like, you came in at the perfect time. Yeah. Evasive floppy disk is coming in here incognito for the feet pics. I kind of want to do the unboxing video, but you want me to open it now, so we're going to open it now. Oh, yeah, 8015 Lite. Because, yeah, Wilderness Bushcraft, let me check out his when he gave me this one. And, dear God, so good. Like, O-Knife knows their way around a pocket cleaver, by God. We got something here. Oh, cool, patch. Yeah, gentlemen, I think you can see. I think you can see why I'm already in love with this. I will say right now, I am carrying this one for the rest of the week for a review. If you do end up getting a 4MAX Scout, you're going to have to take the pocket clip off and sand a smooth spot under here, or it's going to shred your pocket. It's going to shred it. This surface is like grip tape on a skateboard. You have to get a smooth spot under here. Like, you have to. Because trust me, like, when I carry a knife for review, I don't want to modify it out of the box, but I had to do that with this one. Oh, yeah. No, this thing is fantastic. Like, this is fabu. Like, I'm edging on carrying this thing for a little while, just to get some of the other stuff out of the way, but that's going to be a damn good week. Like, I am looking forward to carrying this thing. What steel is it? Let's see if I can find specs. D2. Yeah, it's D2. All right, me with knives, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for your time. Seriously. Yeah, this is going to be fun to carry. I guess we should check out the edge while it's open. Yeah, she's sharp. And bushcraft, you missed it. Where the hell did I throw it? We did the Harbor Freight Gordon knife, but on the 15-degree edge. This took 5 hours to start showing meaningful wear. 5 hours. Like, that is fairly ridiculous. Like, I expected maybe 3.5 hours, not 5. Brother, I am not that worried about the bag. As soon as I start carrying this box is going in the pile. I don't think you understand. There's like a growing pile of empty boxes for different knives. Like, this is just here so I can take it out of the box whenever I do my first video on it. But, oh man, that's going to be such a good week. But yeah, the AD-15, if you're still watching, this thing, I haven't carried it yet, but the Scorpion lock is so nice. Like, you get an AD-10-like experience, but one-handed closing. Yeah, maybe at some point I need to go and dig up all the empty knife boxes I have and throw those into Cardboard Slayer one night. That might be a good idea. Just... you didn't get to play Adam's AD-15 Lite last year? Yeah, definitely not in the business of selling knives, but I said if I do give stuff away, I'm going to have to figure out where the hell the damn boxes are. Ah, dude. It's fun, but the scorpion locks takes a little bit of practice. And right now, yeah, the scorpion lock is a lot of damn fun. I haven't carried this yet. I'm going to carry it for a week and see how it does day to day living with it. But this at, I think Thursday is going to be the end of this week for this one. This one is going through Cardboard Slayer. Like I said, like before you came in, I spent 5 hours, literally 5 solid hours, just dicing up cardboard nonstop with this thing. So I can tell you right now, I'm definitely dedicated to my craft. But this is going to be a hell of a Cardboard Slayer session. You got OS 10A right here, and you got a nice beefy blade, and I've already put it through a little bit of cardboard. Oh my god. She slices. So that is going to be a fun live stream. And the 8015 light, I'm probably not going to worry about Cardboard Slayer with it because it's already OS 10A as well as this one. Yeah, it's going to take a while to wear that out. Like, I already know. That may be a bit of a marathon. Yeah, I've seen pictures of the Vision. I forget what it looked like now that I'm trying to remember it, but it looked nice enough. And I need to sharpen this. It's still got the blade show edge on it. I don't know if they dulled it out on purpose, but it's not a sharp edge. But I'm going to get to that when I'm not fucking exhausted. But yeah, oh, by the way, Arkansas EDC. This is $47 on Amazon right now. If you're going to get an 8015 light, now's the time to do it. Like, the only reason I have this is because it's on sale for 47 bucks. Because like before I bought this, I still had 18 knives left from the blade show haul to go through. 47, yes sir. Let me grab the link for you. There you go. Yeah. So like I still have like 18 weeks worth of content left. This makes 19. And I got knives to give away at 2K. So like I'm backed up on stuff for a long time, but I could not say no to that price. Because like I saw the heads up on that and I looked, I'm like, ah. And the wife looked at it and was like, it's on sale for $47 right now. She's like, well, did you buy it? I did now. Yeah, no, it's a great problem to have. It's just I should not be buying anything right now. Absolutely not. It's just, again, I wasn't going to pass up it being on sale for that cheap. Ooh, nice. You take a look. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, no, Arkansas EDC, I just went and subbed. I will check out the giveaway whenever I go upstairs and sit down or lay down because I'm sitting right now. But I'll check it out. Yeah, I got to do my 1,000 subscriber giveaway a few weeks ago now. I'm hoping we get to 2,000 kind of fast. Just because I'm waiting to see, well, I'm curious to see how long it's going to take. But one thing that I do have for the giveaway is Joseph Garcia, what's up? But so I picked up the Rosecraft Pocket Monster at Blade Show, and Adam from Rosecraft gave me a second one to give away. When I carry this, it's getting its own special cardboard slayer, and I mean, we are going all out on it. I'm gonna have to clear some time. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the sub. Oh, shut up! What? Like I'm hoping we get to 2,000 fast. Yeah, I know. Like it's gone fast. And I got a couple people come in that saw me on the TKL live stream, and I keep hitting the support for this, but yeah, brain fart. Sorry, like you'd be amazed how much it wears you out just sitting here doing this, cutting up cardboard, even for like 3 hours. But yeah, like people have been coming in and like the 15-second pocket check I did on the stream should be straightened out a little bit. Yeah, we got so ambushed, but I was like, hey, attention. Let's see if that brings it back in line. Yeah, it's better. But yeah, I was just like, hey, attention. Cool, I'll be on camera. I still don't know where the hell that mini roach went. Like, I've gone through everything a second and third time, and I still got nothing. Yeah, it's weird. The live streams seem to be a bit of an odd duck. Like, I was talking to Bees Blades at Blade Show while I was there, and kind of going over the channel and all that, and kind of getting a little bit of feedback. And then he's like, "Oh, I've heard of your live streams." Like, all right, word's getting out. Yeah, it's got to be the Vosteed booth. It's got to be. Like, I hope whoever found it was someone that didn't have cash to buy anything, and that made their day. I hope it wasn't somebody that had a backpack full of $500 knives they were walking out with. I hope. No, it wouldn't have been Metal Complex. It would have been Neebs. Um, Neebs actually walked past, like Neebs was there talking to him and catching video, and I would have said hey, but you could tell he was in a big ass hurry and he was on his way out, and I was like, I'm not gonna stop him and bother him. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm sure if you were cutting stuff constantly, those serrations are eventually going to wear out. Um, like, oh, is it Blade HQ? They have a Kalashnikov that's been sharpened so much that there's basically about that much blade left, and it's still going strong. Like, I can't imagine how many linear feet of cardboard it takes to do that. Oh yeah, no, I hate losing stuff, and it's one of those things where all I can really do is sit there and like, it's my fault. I know it is. It sucks, but if I was gonna lose something, that's one of the least painful things I could have lost while I was there. You know, it wasn't one of my prototypes. It wasn't the least expensive knife by a long shot, but it was like 35 or 36 bucks, something like that. Not the end of the world, but it still bothers me. Yeah, oh, I believe it. Like, that thing is nuts. That thing went through hell. Yeah, just one bad session with a belt grinder. And I've gone and tried to find information on this Fox Edge, but the only place it's showing up is like eBay. And I don't think it doesn't have the steel marked on it or anything, so finding specs for this is going to be fun. It still feels like it's going to do decent, but yeah, just information on it's very sparse. Yeah, it'll be a few weeks before I carry it. I said, I'm sure the specs are online if I dig around hard enough, but I'm not going to carry it for a while, so I'm not going to remember any of the specs by the time I do get ready to carry it. Palmer Connolly, what's up? Yeah, the one scale thing is annoying, but this will make it really easy to get into a pocket or waistband and back out. It does have its virtues, but it looks so bad. It just does not look good. So, Palmer Connolly, we hit the 5 hour mark, and we finally started seeing some decent wear on this thing, and we stopped and stropped it back up. And right now we're just kind of winding down the live stream, and I'm kind of hanging out for a little while before I shut things down. I'm going to give it about 10 more minutes. But putting the 15-degree edge on this took it from 2.5 hours to 5 hours, and it still wasn't as worn at 5 hours as the factory edge was at 2.5 hours. The difference is nuts. And that is just straight up raw edge geometry. Yeah, I'm cool with frame locks, but usually frame locks don't have like wood anywhere on them. You know, like this would have been just fine as a frame lock without having to have this on it. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but oh yeah, no, the second I cut this off and go upstairs, I'm just going to be sitting there staring through my phone. I'm going to get mad at Angry Birds, and then I am going to stare through a video or three. Let's see, where's any of my pins? Yeah, KO beat you to it. 8CR13 with titanium nitride coating. Well, yeah, edge geometry is definitely more important than blade steel. You know, it's kind of a look at just how much of a difference it can make. You know, like I'm learning this stuff as I go, and it's going to make an interesting aftermath video when I do that. Probably tomorrow before work or after I get home. because I got to close tomorrow, and that's going to be the roughest night of the week for a closer. And then as long as everything goes well on Tuesday, closing will be pretty easy. But yeah, no, the edge geometry is important, you know, and this is one of those things where, again, I'm not an expert. I don't know everything. I am learning a lot about this stuff as I go. You know, which also, this kind of makes it more difficult to gauge how quick things wear out. It's just looking at how well the factory edge holds up more than anything. Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly what the edge geometry was out of the box, but no, it's definitely going to be brought up that that more than doubled the edge retention over the factory edge for sure. So I think we can say beyond any shadow of doubt that 15 degrees is a very sweet spot for 8CR. Yeah, no, this is definitely not the like I wouldn't go any finer than 15 degrees on this. Yeah, that 15 degrees definitely stood up to a lot. What the hell? This crappy Kershaw filter, we sharpened it down to around 12 degrees after the factory edge wore down, and it sliced great. But after an hour, it started showing some wear. Like it showed wear definitely a lot faster. It definitely slices nice, though. What's up, Travis, man? Welcome to the last like 7 minutes of the stream. We've been at this for 6 hours and 27 minutes now. But yeah, Evasive Floppy just didn't show up for his feet picks tonight, unfortunately. But no, I was doing 18 degrees, and then I broke loose and did 15 for one reason or another a while back, and we did some cutting with that. Oh, it was 15 degrees on the shit ass Ozark Trail axis lock, and that tripled the edge retention on that one. And that tripled the edge retention. So we did 15 degrees on the Harbor Freight knife after its live stream, and then I threw it in the box so that when we got it, we could see how much it held up. Yeah, I did 15 degrees on mine on that 5CR, and so we did that. Yeah, and what was the other one we did? We had something else that we did. What was the last one? The last one was 14C 28N actually. Yeah, well, it was 5 hours of cutting, and then I stropped that thing up, and we've been sitting here talking for the last little while. Like I was supposed to shut this down about 30 minutes ago, but people kept coming in and hanging out, so we've been talking. Yeah, I was gonna say like I don't know if I'd want to do 12 degrees for daily carry, but like 15 degrees on this, like I would carry this no sweat. Like 15 degrees feels like it'd be fine for my daily use, but if I was out there like cutting chunks of trees off and stuff like that, I would probably be disappointed that 15 degrees started showing issues quickly and then bump it back to 18. But I am still so damn impressed that it did what it did. Samuel, we are in the process of wrapping this up. I was supposed to wrap it up about 30 minutes ago, but we're going to cut it in 4 minutes here. I am so damn tired and so damn out of it. But yeah, if you guys haven't, Arkansas EDC, go check him out. Get in on his 500 subscriber giveaway. Beefer, I will see you later, man. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here. Nah, you're good, KO. I promise you, I can't sit through a live stream right now. I am too far gone to sit through another stream. Yeah, I mean, 17 degrees sounds like a good angle. Speaking of which, can I? Oh, finally. So, like, this thing has had like a little bit of skin hanging off it for the last 2 days now, and it's been driving me up the wall. And it's like, you know what? I can just shave it off with this. That was such a good idea. Well, no, I like showing up to your streams when we're talking about stuff. That's the magic right there. That's the sauce. And I'm not gonna try to clean this thing again, guys. I learned my lesson. I probably will give it another drop of super glue before I leave for work tomorrow, though. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I think we've seen that too here. Like, when I'm not talking and I'm just cutting, people kind of show up and stick around, but it's like, that's not necessarily what I'm trying to do here. I want to talk to you guys. I don't understand what people are dropping by and watching this stuff for when they pop in and like then you say something and they vanish. Like I don't understand. I genuinely do not understand at all. Yeah, I need to learn more about how the bots function because honestly, if the bots bump up the watch time, I'm not mad at them. Oh God, like I think I've been doing these videos or I've been doing this channel for well over a year now, and I'm kind of probably in the last few months I started getting okay with hearing my voice and being played back. We got one manager at work, different department, but that man has one of the most glorious voices I've heard in my life. Like I am so jealous. Um, I don't know any meet and greets. Like the closest we got is if you can find me a Blade Show Atlanta next year. Um, a channel with like 1,200 subs. There's no point in doing a meet and greet there. Like the channel is way too small to justify the time, effort, and expense to do something like that. I don't know if you can follow the logic or not, but like this is a very, very tiny, borderline non-existent channel. I am not there yet. But eventually, if the channel gets big enough where that would actually matter, then yeah, I'll look at doing stuff like that. But right now, like, the channel doesn't even justify buying better equipment, buying a, buying something where I can just record, transfer, and then all that. Well, I definitely appreciate it, but never in my life have I been cool. That has not ever happened. Oh yeah. No. I'm gonna give this thing to KIG on the blade with a magic marker. First person to find me and recognize me at Blade Show takes it home. But I think we're at the point where I need to wrap this up. I've got to go lay down. I am a complete wreck right now. So I'm going to sign off. But I appreciate everybody that's been here for this damn long so much. You don't count. If I'm riding there with you, it kind of defeats the purpose. All right. But yeah, you guys have a good night. When I figure out the next one, I will definitely post it in advance. And I look forward to seeing y'all there. Yeah. Everyone have a good night. Thank you. I am closing.